India to be a partner. Shashank, so tell us more about that. I'm also loving the fact that Indian Prime Minister has not ditched the Indian attire. He's chosen the crisp white kurta and a churidar. Possibly many would be asking and inquiring about that too. He met Sundar Pichai right away. That was the first greeting. Someone, of course, very familiar to the Prime Minister. A moment of pride also, don't you think, here, of how India has taken center stage with France?
Is that India is very, very keen to help govern the future of artificial intelligence. It wants to develop these technologies in India as well. It has no intention of being left behind. And so I think you can see that Prime Minister Modi is really one of the most senior world leaders who is present at in Paris for this summit. Remember that he's also trying to make a pitch for Indian leadership because public interest, AI for public interest and for public governance is something that India is very strong at. And of course, and that is one of the main themes of this conference. So you're going to see, number one, him make a pitch for Indian leadership on artificial intelligence, to talk to these global CEOs and say that, look, you can do a lot of business with India, and also looking at what India can learn from these agencies about how to govern AI globally, bring these companies to India, and of course the impact on India's technology and society. So it's important that the Prime Minister has shown up for this event. It shows that India takes artificial intelligence seriously and its governance seriously. And again, a part of what India wants to do in terms of playing a greater role globally, technologically, as well as on issues of global governance.
How does India stand to benefit here? Because I understand in many ways this is still France as the main host. What do you think India is going to take away as benefit, whether it's about business, whether it's India becoming a hub, or at least that's the intention of the Indian government in this regard?
Right. So there are a number of things. Firstly, this entire summit has 5 major themes. And the first theme is artificial intelligence for the public good and public digital infrastructure, which is something that India is going to be very strong on. Remember that DPI, digital public infrastructure, is something India does extremely well. It's used digital services to push social services for people. And that's a big part of India's push on global governance more generally. So being here at this summit, India can make that push on AI as well and say that, look, we can integrate AI and digital public infrastructure. So that's part of India's push for global governance. It's also important for the Prime Minister to be there. What India wants to get is to talk to a lot of these companies and say that, look, you can set up partnership. We've got good companies in India like Sarvam AI and other companies doing good work on artificial intelligence. Partner with them, work with them, invest in India, develop talent here, and let's see what we can do together. And of course, the very fact of the Prime Minister being there and playing an important part in governing the future of this global technology, understanding what global companies want, is going to be important if India wants to set itself up as a hub. So he's understanding where global tech CEOs are, what they want from India, how India can contribute to artificial intelligence and digital public infrastructure, and of course sending a message that India has no intention of being left behind when it comes to the development and governance of AI, because this is a technology that is going to transform global economies, going to transform productivity over the next couple of decades. And India wants to be at the forefront.
Cette France confiante dans le progrès, la science et cette aventure extraordinaire. Et nous nous retrouvons ici, c'est la première fois d'ailleurs qu'est réouvert aux yeux du monde.
And as he continues to, of course, elaborately speak, I want to tell you how he had a joke earlier to mention. This is just about a plug, and the world is changing with AI.
Universelle de 1937. Sous l'impulsion d'un prix Nobel de chimie, M. Perrin, de l'époque, et qui avait cette conviction qu'en montrant la science aux Françaises, aux Français et au monde, on arriverait
interacting, and from the looks of it, he is talking about, as it looks like, about the palace as well as much about the AI. And remember that France intends to become the hub of OpenAI, which USA is already.
1937, it was Mr. Perrin who was a Nobel laureate for chemistry, and he was convinced that by demonstrating to the French and to the world what science can do, we could convince them to embrace progress and therefore have science serve the interests of humanity. And I think that is our challenge with artificial intelligence, which is to ensure that these incredible
à maîtriser par des
technological innovations with new computing power, that all of the incredible advances of AI and its implications in various sectors be in the interests of humanity in a world that is disrupted by crisis. Thanks to open dialogue, we're lucky enough to have India, the US, China, Europe, the African continent, and the Latin American continent here. We have heads of state and government, researchers, civil society, entrepreneurs, investors, and that gives us an opportunity to engage in dialogue and to advance on this path of understanding science and ensuring that it serves collective progress. I won't be much longer. I'm incredibly pleased to have you here at this summit, which I co-chair with Prime Minister Modi. And so, dear Prime Minister, dear Narendra, I'm actually going to give you the floor now so that we can hear from you and hear what India has to say to the world on AI. Thank you very much for being here.
Excellencies, friends, let me begin with a simple experiment. If you upload your medical report to an AI app, it can explain in simple language, free of any jargon, what it means for your health. But if you ask the same app to draw an image of someone writing with their left hand, the app will most likely draw someone writing with the right hand. Because that is what the training data is dominated by. It shows that while the positive potential of AI is absolutely amazing, there are many biases that we need to think carefully about. That is why I am grateful to my friend, President Macron, for hosting this summit and for inviting me to co-chair it. Friends, AI is already reshaping our polity, our economy, our security, and even our society. AI is writing the code for humanity. AI is writing the code for humanity in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed, and being adapted and deployed even faster. There is also a deep interdependence across borders. Therefore, there is a need for collective global efforts to establish governance and standards that uphold our shared values, address risks, and build trust. But governance is not just about managing risks and rivalries. It is also about promoting innovation and deploying it for the global good. So, we must think deeply and discuss openly about innovation and governance. Governance is also about ensuring access to all, especially in the global south. It is where the capabilities are most lacking, be it compute, power, talent, data, or the financial resources. Friends, AI can help transform millions of lives by improving health, education, agriculture, and so much more. It can help create a world in which the journey to sustainable development goals becomes easier and faster. To do this, we must pull together resources and talent. We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications. We must address concerns related to cybersecurity, disinformation, and deepfakes. And we must also ensure that technology is rooted in local ecosystems for it to be effective and useful. Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future. Friends, there is no doubt that the high energy intensity of AI needs to be looked into. This will require green power to fuel its future. India and France have worked together for years through initiatives like the International Solar Alliance to harness the power of the sun. As we advance our partnership to AI, it is a natural progression from sustainability to innovation to shape a smarter and responsible future. At the same time, sustainable AI does not only mean using clean energy. AI models must also be efficient and sustainable in size, data needs, and resources requirements. After all, the human brain manages to compose poetry and design spaceships using less power than most light bulbs. Friends, India has successfully built a digital public infrastructure for over 1.4 billion people at a very low cost. It is built around an open and accessible network. It has regulations and a wide range of applications to modernize our economy, reform governance, and transform the lives of our people. We have unlocked the power of data through our data empowerment and protection architecture. And we have made digital commerce democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission. That is why, during our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all. Today, India leads in AI adoption and techno-legal solutions on data privacy. We are developing AI applications for public good. We have one of the world's largest AI talent pools. India is building its own large language model considering our diversity. We also have a unique public-private partnership model for pooling resources like compute power. It is made available to our startups and researchers at an affordable cost. And India is ready to share its experience and expertise to ensure that AI future is for good and for all. Friends, we are at the dawn of the AI age that will shape the course of humanity. Some people worry about machines becoming superior in intelligence to humans, but no one holds the key to our collective future and shared destiny other than us humans. That sense of responsibility must guide us. Thank you.
An image is there of Prime Minister Modi coming off stage after co-chairing the AI summit and kicking it off with his opening remarks. So you saw there the French President Macron immediately greeting him, congratulating him over his speech. The Prime Minister's address there as the co-chair of the AI summit extremely crucial while talking about the challenges that we face with regards to cybersecurity, also highlighting the need for, in fact, focusing on responsible AI development, on artificial intelligence. Prime Minister Modi also speaking about how the global south plays a big role in the same, also highlighting what India has really done, the transformation of artificial intelligence. He's also, in his speech, in great detail, gone into how we need to ensure responsibly we bring in AI so that it's people-centric and at the same time ensure that we battle any misinformation or, for that matter, even issues like deep fakes. So as in fact the Prime Minister's kicked things off with their opening remark, you heard some very important issues that perhaps sum up for you what this AI summit is all about. That's got some of the biggest tech leaders, world leaders too, coming together on one platform. This was the moment when you had French President Macron personally introducing Prime Minister Modi on stage there at the AI summit. And you see there at every moment where President Macron and Prime Minister Modi made the friendship, the dosti, that's on display. And Prime Minister Modi, just before he delivered those remarks, was seen seated next to US Vice President Vance. Importantly, the Prime Minister also speaking about what India is really doing with regards to digital infrastructure, and considering that the world really is talking about our UPI system, the world is talking about how we've set up the largest digital infrastructure. It's important to highlight that the Prime Minister has also spoken about AI being adopted in becoming a part of our daily lives, but doing so responsibly as well. And an important point that he referred to while speaking about how India really is pushing forward in the AI journey, exploring our own applications. He's also spoken about how it reflects what India stands for, about diversity, and reflects really India's diversity in that sense. But also with that very point of digital infrastructure and diversity comes the important message of inclusion, of ensuring every single person benefits from AI, which is why Prime Minister Modi also put forth that very, very important message saying that we must ensure artificial intelligence development is people-centric in every way and to ensure that the development reaches every single person. Prime Minister Modi therefore also said that if you look at really the development of AI in the last few years, the global south has played a big role in that. So the important message that pretty much sets the stage for the AI summit, and very telling really that you see the Prime Minister as the co-chair of this summit, telling of how much France values India and our relationship, also telling of Prime Minister Modi's leadership for the country and really how he's seen across the world. But also perhaps what's a big contributor to that is our digital infrastructure and the transformation that we've seen digitally, which the world and many countries are also learning from on how to ensure last mile connectivity for such a large population. Shashank Mattu is joining us with more details on this. Shashank, just highlight for us the significance of Prime Minister Modi co-chairing this AI summit and essentially giving the opening remarks at such a big event. You've got the biggest tech leaders, the biggest world leaders all coming together.
Right. No, it's an absolutely significant moment, specifically because, as the Prime Minister acknowledged, artificial intelligence is going to be writing the code for humanity in the 21st century. Everyone understands that this is a technology that is going to reshape global economies, reshape societies completely, but it needs to be governed, it needs to be managed, that it works for people. And that's why getting the world's most important technological leaders and political leaders in the same room talking to each other is so important. That's why the summit is important. And it's even more important that Prime Minister Modi is chairing it. He really has a couple of key objectives when he has come here, made these speeches and chaired this. Number one, he's trying to show that India will take a leading role in governing artificial intelligence globally. He wants to show that India is going to be a leader when it comes to technology and delivering it for common good. He's pitching India's leadership role as well, because he talked about India and what it's done in the past in terms of digital public infrastructure and using technology for public benefit. He talked about, for example, artificial intelligence for the global south in his speech, trying to make sure that, look, AI has to work for everyone. It has to be open source. It can't be monopolized by a couple of companies sitting in Silicon Valley. It has to be for the global south. It has to work for everyone. He highlighted the promise of artificial intelligence, but also said that, look, there are serious risks. We need to talk about deepfakes. We need to talk about the kind of power artificial intelligence is going to need. It could be highly polluting. We need green power. And so he's basically saying, as a statesman does, that, look, this technology has the power to change everything, but we need to govern it and govern it responsibly while encouraging innovation. So he's staking out India's leadership role in applying artificial intelligence, playing a role in governing artificial intelligence around the world, and also part of his participation there at the summit is going to be to talk to a lot of these AI CEOs and saying, look, invest in India, work with our companies. We've got good companies in artificial intelligence here in India. Work with us, help us develop this technology, and we can propel artificial intelligence forward. So it's multi-pronged, both from a business perspective, from an economy perspective, and from a global governance perspective, that Prime Minister Modi has gone there and he's made this speech about both the promises as well as the peril of artificial intelligence.
The promises and perils, and that perhaps sets the tone perfectly for the AI Action Summit as well, as all of these leaders gather. What's also important to highlight here, Shashank, is that, India is essentially a leader when it comes to digital infrastructure, and there's so much that the world can learn from us, which is why perhaps you have the Prime Minister on such a big platform speaking to leaders about how to use AI responsibly, what kind of a role it really plays in the years to come.
No, you're absolutely right. In fact, one of the key focuses, there's 5 focus areas for this summit, and public AI, using AI for the common good, is absolutely an important part of that. And digital public infrastructure, as you very rightly mentioned, is something that India has done extremely well. You look at what Prime Minister Modi said in his remarks just now. He said artificial intelligence can help in health, education, agriculture, creating a world with sustainable development. If it's open source, it can be also used for the benefit of the global south. So he's making a very, very clear pitch that AI has to be for everyone.
Okay.
It cannot just be monopolized by a couple of countries.
All right, Shashank, just stay with me. Let's play out some of the highlights of the Prime Minister's address from a few moments ago.
AI is already reshaping our polity, our economy, our security, and even our society. AI is writing the code for humanity. AI is writing the code for humanity in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed, and being adapted and deployed even faster. There is also a deep interdependence across borders. Therefore, there is a need for collective global efforts to establish governance and standards that uphold our shared values, address risks, and build trust. But governance is not just about managing risks and rivalries. It is also about promoting innovation and deploying it for the global good. So, we must think deeply and discuss openly about innovation.
Okay, let's cut back live to the AI Summit, where US Vice President J.D. Vance is currently speaking.
Will maintain a pro-worker growth path for AI, so it can be a potent tool for job creation in the United States. And I appreciate Prime Minister Modi's point. AI, I really believe, will facilitate and make people more productive. It is not going to replace human beings. It will never replace human beings. And I think too many of the leaders in the AI industry, when they talk about this fear of replacing workers, I think they really miss the point. AI, we believe, is going to make us more productive, more prosperous, and more free. The United States of America is the leader in AI, and our administration plans to keep it that way. The U.S. possesses all components across the full AI stack, including advanced semiconductor design, frontier algorithms, and, of course, transformational applications. Now, the computing power this stack requires is integral to advancing AI technology. And to safeguard America's advantage, the Trump administration will ensure that the most powerful AI systems are built in the U.S. with American-designed and manufactured chips. Now, just because we're the leader doesn't mean we want to or need to go it alone, of course. And let me be emphatic about this point. America wants to partner with all of you. And we want to embark on the AI revolution before us with a spirit of openness and collaboration. But to create that kind of trust, we need international regulatory regimes that fosters the creation of AI technology rather than strangles it. And we need our European friends in particular to look to this new frontier with optimism rather than trepidation. Now, the development of cutting-edge AI in the U.S. is no accident. By preserving an open regulatory environment, we've encouraged American innovators to experiment and to make unparalleled R&D investments. Of the $700 billion, give or take, that's estimated to be spent on AI in 2028, over half of it will likely be invested in the United States of America. Now, this administration will not be the one to snuff out the startups and the grad students producing some of the most groundbreaking applications of artificial intelligence. Instead, our laws will keep big tech, little tech, and all other developers on a level playing field. Now, with the President's recent executive order on AI, we're developing an AI action plan that avoids an overly precautionary regulatory regime while ensuring that all Americans benefit from the technology and its transformative potential. Now, we invite your countries to work with us and to follow that model if it makes sense for your nations. However, the Trump administration is troubled by reports that some foreign governments are considering tightening the screws on U.S. tech companies with international footprints. Now, America cannot and will not accept that, and we think it's a terrible mistake, not just for the United States of America, but for your own countries. The U.S. innovators of all sizes already know what it's like to deal with onerous international rules. Many of our most productive tech companies are forced to deal with the EU's Digital Services Act and the massive regulations it created about taking down content and policing so-called misinformation. And of course, we want to ensure the internet is a safe place, but it is one thing to prevent a predator from preying on a child on the internet, and it is something quite different to prevent a grown man or woman from accessing an opinion that the government thinks is misinformation. Meanwhile, for smaller firms, navigating the GDPR means paying endless legal compliance costs or otherwise risking massive fines. Now, for some, the easiest way to avoid the dilemma has been to simply block EU users in the first place. Is this really the future that we want, ladies and gentlemen? I think the answer for all of us should be no. Now, there's no issue where we worry about more than regulation when it comes to energy. And again, I appreciated the comments of so many at the conference because they recognize that we stand now at the frontier of an AI industry that is hungry for reliable power and high-quality semiconductors. Yet too many of our friends are deindustrializing on the one hand and chasing reliable power out of their nations and off their grids with the other. The AI future is not going to be won by hand-wringing about safety. It will be won by building, from reliable power plants to the manufacturing facilities that can produce the chips of the future. Now, at a personal level, what excites me most about AI is that it is grounded in the real and the physical economy. The success of the sector isn't just a matter of smart people sitting in front of a computer screen and coding. It depends on those who work with their hands, even as robotics will change our factories. It will certainly make our healthcare providers better at treating diseases, but it will also depend on the data produced by those healthcare providers, by those doctors and nurses. I believe it will help us create and store new modes of power in the future, but right now, AI cannot take off unless the world builds the energy infrastructure to support it. Now, it's my view that tech innovation over the last 20 years has often conjured images of smart people staring at computer screens, engineering in the world of bits. But the AI economy will primarily depend on and transform the world of atoms. Now, at this moment, we face the extraordinary prospect of a new industrial revolution, one on par with the invention of the steam engine or Bessemer steel. But it will never come to pass if overregulation deters innovators from taking the risks necessary to advance the ball. Nor will it occur if we allow AI to become dominated by massive players looking to use the tech to censor or control users' thoughts. And I'd ask if you step back a moment and ask yourself, who is most aggressively demanding that we, meaning political leaders gathered here today, do the most aggressive regulation? It is very often the people who already have an incumbent advantage in the market. And when a massive incumbent comes to us asking us for safety regulations, we ought to ask whether that safety regulation is for the benefit of our people or whether it's for the benefit of the incumbent. Now, over the last few years, we've watched as governments, businesses, and nonprofit organizations have advanced unpopular and, I believe, downright ahistorical social agendas through AI. In the U.S., we had AI image generators trying to tell us that George Washington was black or that America's doughboys in World War I were in fact women. Now, we laugh at this now, and of course it was ridiculous, but we have to remember the lessons from that ridiculous moment. And what we take from it is that the Trump administration will ensure that AI systems developed in America are free from ideological bias and never restrict our citizens' right to free speech. We can trust our people to think, to consume information, to develop their own ideas, and to debate with one another in the open marketplace of ideas. Now, we've also watched as hostile foreign adversaries have weaponized AI software to rewrite history, surveil users, and censor speech. This is hardly new, of course. As they do with other tech, some authoritarian regimes have stolen and used AI to strengthen their military, intelligence, and surveillance capabilities, capture foreign data, and create propaganda to undermine other nations' national security. I want to be clear. This administration will block such efforts, full stop. We will safeguard American AI and chip technologies from theft and misuse, work with our allies and partners to strengthen and extend these protections, and close pathways to adversaries attaining AI capabilities that threaten all of our people. And I would also remind our international friends here today that partnering with such regimes, it never pays off in the long term. From CCTV to 5G equipment, we're all familiar with cheap tech in the marketplace that's been heavily subsidized and exported by authoritarian regimes. But as I know, and I think some of us in this room have learned from experience, partnering with them means chaining your nation to an authoritarian master that seeks to infiltrate, dig in, and seize your information infrastructure. Should a deal seem too good to be true, just remember the old adage that we learned in Silicon Valley: if you aren't paying for the product, you are the product. Finally, this administration wants to be very clear about one last point. We will always center American workers in our AI policy. We refuse to view AI as a purely disruptive technology that will inevitably automate away our labor force. We believe, and we will fight for policies that ensure that AI is going to make our workers more productive, and we expect that they will reap the rewards with higher.
Okay, so you have there US Vice President J.D. Vance in his opening remarks speaking about AI as an opportunity, but importantly, making note of what the Prime Minister said and working his entire speech around the message of Prime Minister Modi that AI doesn't mean that it's no longer about human labor force. That Prime Minister Modi says that AI will be along with humans. They continue to have their jobs. It is an interesting topic of discussion that I'm sure will move forward also in the summit. I'm slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back, getting you some of the highlights of the Prime Minister's France visit.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो
सर पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप सर
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस विद यू लाइक फैमिली विद यू ऑलवेज
Rangila with Motorola's incredible range of smartphones.
Hello, Moto.
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिए.
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं.
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. After Delhi setback, Arvind Kejriwal meets Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann and AAP MLAs amid tension. AAP leader Amantullah Khan booked under BNS section for riots, accused of obstructing government work. Massive crowd of devotees at Mahakumbh, over 44 crore have taken a dip at Sangam so far.
सोलर पावर जनरेटिंग नेशन है. हमारी नॉन फोसिल फ्यूल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी 3 गुना बढ़ी है. भारत G20 देशों में पेरिस समझौते के लक्ष्यों को पूरा करने वाला पहला देश है. भारत कैसे अपने लक्ष्य समय से पहले प्राप्त कर रहा है, इसका एक और उदाहरण है इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग। आज भारत 19% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग कर रहा है। इससे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज की सेविंग हुई है और सब्सटेंशियल फार्मर रेवेन्यू जनरेट हुआ है।
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get you details of how trouble is mounting for YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia and comic Samay Raina. The issue now echoed in Parliament after an FIR was registered based on a complaint in Guwahati. There have been summons issued to both Ranveer Alabadia and to Samay Raina by the Mumbai police, and growing outrage across the country over the vulgar joke that was cracked on the show called India's Got Latent. YouTube has now taken down the episode from their platform. Now, in Parliament, it was Shiv Sena MP Naresh Maske who raised the issue and said that there was a need for strong guidelines from the government. Now, the parliamentary panel on IT is mulling to send summons next to Ranveer Alabadia, also referred to popularly as Beer Biceps. This after many MPs also took to social media to raise objection to the controversial clip. The episode, which featured Alabadia as a guest on the show, was seen making an obscene joke, and that's been removed based on a government directive. Alabadia, meanwhile, is facing a whole lot of trouble with multiple complaints leading to FIRs now across the country against him.
My comment wasn't just inappropriate, it wasn't even funny. Comedy is not my forte. I'm just here to say sorry. Many of you asked if this is how I wish to use my platform, and obviously this is not how I wish to use it. I'm not going to give any context or justification or reasoning behind whatever happened. I'm just here for an apology. I personally had a lapse in judgment. It wasn't cool on my part. The podcast is watched by people of all ages. Don't want to be the kind of person that takes that responsibility lightly. And family is the last thing that I would ever disrespect. Need to use this platform better. That's been my...
Social media, पॉडकास्टर आणि OTT प्लॅटफॉर्मवर जे चुकीच्या पद्धतीने भारतीय संस्कृतीवर घाला घालण्याचे जे प्रयत्न सुरू आहेत याविषयी विशिष्ट कायदा झाला पाहिजे या संदर्भात या ठिकाणी बोलत आहे. काल रणवीर इलाहाबादिया सारख्या इन्फ्लुएन्सरनी आई वडिलांच्या संदर्भात अनेक चुकीची विधानं केली. आपल्या संस्कृतीवरती घाला घालण्याचं काम ही सर्व मंडळी करत आहेत. OTT प्लॅटफॉर्मवर लोकशाहीच्या नावावरती चुकीच्या पद्धतीने विषय हँडल करायचे, देवदेवतांच्या विरुद्ध चुकीच्या पद्धतीने बोलायचे. याला कारण OTT प्लॅटफॉर्मवर कोई भी सेंसर नहीं है, उनको दिशा नहीं है, उनके कंटेंट पे कुछ भी दिशा नहीं है. कुछ भी पॉलिटिकल के बारे में कुछ भी अनाप शनाप बातें करने की ये जो रिवाज चालू है इसके ऊपर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने ध्यान देना चाहिए और सेंसर लगाना चाहिए. OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स सब पॉडकास्टर उनके लिए सख्त कायदा बनाना चाहिए और उनके ऊपर तुरंत गुना दाखिल करना चाहिए. ये विषय ये सभागृह में मैं आपके सामने रखता हूं.
I'm very happy that India stood as one beyond any political party lines or community lines, as one against it. It is because we all like our youngsters being a part of creative economy, but they should have some Lakshmana Rekha. It's a victory for mainstream media like yours, activists like me who has raised complaint, and everybody, the ordinary citizen out on the street who consistently raised. Now it is the time to also think about some kind of guidelines that doesn't hinder their spirit, but enhance their spirit, but also channelize their energy in the right direction. Otherwise, many youngsters will misuse such kind of attention they are getting in social media for negative publicity. Please remember, all publicity is not good publicity, and people get views by abusing parents and bringing in such filth should never be encouraged.
YouTube has pulled down this episode, rather has blocked this episode. How do you respond?
It's a good move, and I appreciate their quick response on this.
Right.
However, I have not received any report from YouTube.
Okay.
So we will wait till official feedback from YouTube. Then only we will take any further action.
Okay. You're saying you haven't received a report. So what is it that you're expecting now as far as YouTube is concerned? What else do you expect from them? Because they pulled this down.
They will submit a proper report.
Okay.
Action taken report in due time, which we have requested them earlier.
कॉमेडी के नाम पे जिस प्रकार से अश्लील और भद्दी बातें कॉमेडी शो में पूछी जा रही हैं वो बहुत ही शर्मनाक है और भारतीय संस्कृति के और हमारी भारतीय सभ्यता के बहुत ही खिलाफ है। और मैं मानता हूँ इसकी बयान की सभी भारतवासी सभी निंदा करेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से माता पिता के बारे में इतनी ओछी और भद्दी बातें इस शो में पूछी जा रही है, ये बोलते हुए भी और सुनते हुए भी हर भारतवासी इसको लेकर शर्मनाक हो जाएगा, शर्मसार हो जाएगा। और जैसे उस बयान जैसी वो बातें पूछ रहा है वो बहुत ही गलत है। और मैं मानता हूँ ये कोई हिंदू और भारतीय नहीं, ये सनातनी हो ही नहीं सकता।
I think it's extremely unfortunate, and as a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communication and IT, which also has information and broadcasting as part of it, I'm going to take this up with the committee, and I would want that there should be stricter guidelines and stricter punishment measures for such disparaging remarks that are used so loosely, especially when such impressionable minds, young minds follow such YouTubers.
Time and again, people have been screaming about censorship for the OTT platforms and for such YouTubers, influencers, stand-up comedians. Because many times you find that it is not a pure humorous comedy, but it is very vulgar and very distasteful. I think they have crossed all limits, and this cannot be tolerated. Such people need to be punished. Or at least they should understand that in what way they are influencing the youngsters and corrupting young minds.
माननीय हमारे मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी ने ऑलरेडी उसके ऊपर एक्शन लेने के लिए निर्देश दे चुके हैं और मेरे ख्याल से उनके ऊपर एफआईआर भी लॉन्च हो चुकी है।
And amid this ongoing controversy, Punjabi singer B. Prak has withdrawn from Ranveer Albadia's planned podcast. And listen in to why he chose to do that.
मैं ना यार एक पॉडकास्ट में जाने वाला था अभी, जो बियर बाइसेप्स, एंड वी कैंसल दैट। क्यों? क्योंकि आपको पता है कि वो कैसी पैथेटिक थिंकिंग है और कैसे शब्द यूज करे गए हैं समय रैना के शो पे। आई थिंक नहीं यार, मतलब ये हमारा इंडियन कल्चर नहीं है। ये कॉमेडी है, दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल कॉमेडी। ये स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी है ही नहीं है। और ये रणवीर अलाबादिया, आप सनातन धर्म को प्रमोट करते हो, स्पिरिचुअलिटी की बात करते हो, इतने बड़े बड़े लोग आपके पॉडकास्ट पे आते हैं, इतने बड़े बड़े संत आते हैं आपके पॉडकास्ट पे, और आपकी इतनी घटिया सोच है।
And after AAP's loss in Delhi, tremors are being felt in neighbouring Punjab in the Bhagwat Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party. Punjab Congress, remember, claimed that over 30 AAP MLAs are in touch with them. And so Kejriwal today held a meeting with Punjab MLAs. Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann was also there. Chief Minister Mann, responding to Congress's claims, has lashed out, saying that they must stop worrying about Aam Aadmi Party and making it clear that they are united and that their meeting was to plan for the 2027 elections. Sources have told us that Kejriwal in the meeting told MLAs that they must focus on elections, and that Kejriwal reiterated his stance that the AAP leadership was strong and preparing for the next election. The Congress has claimed that they witnessed panic on Kejriwal's face and that Kejriwal wants to be CM again.
प्रताप बाजवा पिछले 2.5 साल से यही कह रहे हैं
तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं। उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं तीसरी बार। तो मतलब वो तो कहते रहते हैं, पहले भी कहते थे 40 आ रहे हैं, 20 आ रहे हैं, ये इनकी फितरत है, कहने दो। उनके यहाँ कल्चर है इधर जाने का, कभी उधर आने का, कभी वापस आने का। मतलब एक उनका नेता है वो ढोल बजा रहा था कि हमारी पार्टी हार गई, तो नीचे कमेंट आ रहे थे कि भाई साहब ये जीरो पे ढोल बजा रहे हो कि आपकी जीरो आई है तीसरी बार। तो अपना फिक्र नहीं करते, दूसरों में नुक्स निकालते रहते।
नहीं ठीक है, पार्टी है उनकी, वो बैठक करें, लेकिन तुरंत जब दिल्ली हारने के बाद वो बैठक करने हैं तो इसका कोई मीनिंग और अलग अलग भी निकलते हैं। तो मंथन तो दिल्ली हारने का दिल्ली के लोगों को बुला के कीजिए, जो इलेक्शन लड़ रहे थे, जो आपकी पार्टी वहाँ काम कर रही थी, उनके मंथन कीजिए। अब हारे दिल्ली हैं तो विधायक पंजाब के बुला लें, इधर आके बैठिए, उसका क्या मतलब है? तो यदि देखिए पंजाब, इनके दोनों मॉडल फेल हो चुके हैं, दिल्ली मॉडल भी फेल हो गया है, पंजाब मॉडल भी फेल हो गया है। तो ये बातें अब जो चर्चा में विषय यही है कि शायद केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं मैं मुख्यमंत्री बन जूँ, या कोई और तब्दीली चाहते हैं।
आज जो कपूरथला हाउस में उन्होंने बैठक बुलाई है पंजाब के एमएलओ की, हारे दिल्ली में है बैठक पंजाब के एमएलओ की। क्यों? क्योंकि सपना देख रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री बनने का। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सत्ता के बिना रह नहीं सकते, जी नहीं सकते सत्ता के बिना। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी गलतफहमी मत रहना, अब वो साबित करने पे लगे हैं कि भगवंत मान नालायक हैं, करप्ट हैं, उन्होंने करप्शन नहीं रोकी, उन्होंने नशा नहीं रोका, ये सच है। लेकिन भगवंत मान को हटाकर अरविंद केजरीवाल बन जाएं, ये सच कभी हो नहीं सकता और ये कभी होने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ऐसे सपने देखने बंद कर दो।
Moving on, tensions flared up in Karnataka's Mysuru last night after a large number of protesters pelted stones at police vehicles over an alleged derogatory social media post. A political war of words also broke out between BJP and Congress over this. So let's break down for you what happened. A group of youngsters gathered outside the Udaigiri police station late last night and pelted stones at police vehicles as police personnel were deployed to control the situation. Cops were injured in the stone pelting by youth. This is in Mysuru, following protests over a morphed picture that showed opposition leaders Kejriwal, Akhilesh and Rahul Gandhi. The accused has now been arrested in the case. The BJP and Congress have now resorted to blaming each other for the violence.
दीन पे मर मिटने का जज्बा कल भी था और आज भी है। सब नारा लगाए, हम नबी के लिए जान भी देने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम नबी के लिए जान भी देने के लिए तैयार हैं। आज मुसलमानों को हमेशा निशाना बनाया गया। सुरेश नाम का मेरे आका की शान में गुस्ताखी किया है। हुकूमत हिंद से मैं गुजारिश करता हूँ जल्द से जल्द उसे गिरफ्तार करे और उसे फांसी की सजा दे, सजाए मौत दे। आपकी तमन्ना क्या है? उसे सजाए मौत देनी चाहिए, सजाए मौत चाहिए, सजाए।
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅವೇಳನಕಾರಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪು ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆಗೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಸೋಮಟ ಕೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಬೇಗ ಬೇಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಚದುರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಕಲ್ಚೂರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ವಾಹನಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಖಮಾಗಿದೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಏಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಪೇಷೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಈ ಪೊಲೀಸರದ್ದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ RSSನವನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಅವ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು. ಈ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸೋದು ಬರೀ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಉದಯಗಿರಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 99% ಡಾಮಿನೇಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್. ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ ಎನ್ರೇಜ್ ಅದೇ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈಗ ಏನು ಅವನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಪೊಲೀಸರೇ ಕಾರಣ.
ಒಂದು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ಕೆರಳಿಸಿದೆ. ಅವರೊಂದು 200 ಜನ ಬಂದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ತೂರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಟಿಯರ್ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ನಾವು. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಕಲ್ಲು ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details of how Elon Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman are now fighting it out, openly bickering over buying X.
You are watching India Today.
साथियों, बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के सेक्टर में इनोवेशन और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दोनों के लिए बहुत अवसर हैं। भारत बहुत तेज गति से इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इतने बड़े देश की डिमांड पूरा करने के लिए बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के क्षेत्र में हमें बहुत तेजी से काम करना है। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने ग्रीन एनर्जी को सपोर्ट करने की संबंधित अनेक घोषणाएं की है। सरकार ने ईवी और मोबाइल फोन बैटरी की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़ी कई चीजों को बेसिक कस्टम ड्यूटी से बाहर किया है। कोबाल्ट पाउडर, लिथियम आयन बैटरी वेस्ट, लेड, जिंक ऐसे अनेक क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स से ड्यूटी हटा दी गई है। नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स मिशन भी भारत में एक सशक्त सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा।
नाना साहब और लड़ो आपस में, आपके पार्टनर ही बता रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस ने हरा दिया आम आदमी पार्टी को, खूब आप लोग को ताने कसे जा रहे हैं।
उनको पूछो कि महाराष्ट्र में कैसे हारे, उसका जवाब वो देंगे नहीं। जो हम लोग बात उठा रहे हैं उस बात
कैसे हारे, उनकी वजह से हारे?
नहीं, हमने थोड़ी बोला है। जो संस्थाएं जो बीजेपी ने कब्जा करके रखी है, और जिस आधार पर ये संस्थाओं के आधार पर जो बीजेपी लोगों के वोटों के ऊपर डाका डालकर वोट कैसा ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं, उसका पूरा एक विस्तृत भूमिका राहुल जी ने पार्लियामेंट में रखी। चुनाव आयोग जवाब देने की जगह बीजेपी जवाब दे रही है।
नाना साहब हम भी
मेरी बात समझ लो,
हम थे उस प्रेस
मेरी
कॉन्फ्रेंस
बात समझ लो।
हाँ
तो फिर चुनाव आयोग कहता है कि हमारे पास अब रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं है, अब डाटा ही खत्म हो गया है।
हाँ।
तो चुनाव आयोग जिस तरह से ये पाप छुपा रही है, किसके इशारे पे छुपा रही है?
आपके पार्टनर है, सामने में पूरा लिख रहे हैं लेख कि कांग्रेस जो है अगर ऐसी लड़ाई करनी है तो पार्टनर क्यों बनती है?
तो कई बार उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट दे दिया है, बार बार स्टेटमेंट क्या देने की जरूरत है उनको, क्यों बार बार उसी बात को करा रहे हैं? मैं उनके ऊपर ज्यादा प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देना चाहता, समय के साथ प्रतिक्रिया देंगे।
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. There's another face-off playing out in the Silicon Valley. This time it's Tesla CEO and US Doge chief Elon Musk, who is locked in a war of words with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman just weeks after their last spat over the Starlink project. Now, Elon Musk is allegedly making a bid of $97.4 billion to take control of Altman's brainchild, OpenAI. This prompted a sharp retort from Altman, who said no thank you, but offered to then buy Musk's platform of X for over $9 billion instead. Musk then responded to Altman's X buyout offer with a swindler taunt. With that update, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. I'll be joining you with the headlines in just a few moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
साथियों, बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के सेक्टर में इनोवेशन और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दोनों के लिए बहुत अवसर हैं। भारत बहुत तेज गति से इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इतने बड़े देश की डिमांड पूरा करने के लिए बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के क्षेत्र में हमें बहुत तेजी से काम करना है। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने ग्रीन एनर्जी को सपोर्ट करने की संबंधित अनेक घोषणाएं की है। सरकार ने ईवी और मोबाइल फोन बैटरी की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़ी कई चीजों को बेसिक कस्टम ड्यूटी से बाहर किया है। कोबाल्ट पाउडर, लिथियम आयन बैटरी वेस्ट, लेड, जिंक ऐसे अनेक क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स से ड्यूटी हटा दी गई है। नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स मिशन भी भारत में एक सशक्त सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। साथियों, दुनिया का हर एक्सपर्ट आज कह रहा है कि 21st सेंचुरी भारत की सेंचुरी है। भारत अपनी ही नहीं, दुनिया की ग्रोथ को भी ड्राइव कर रहा है और इसमें हमारे एनर्जी सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। भारत की एनर्जी एम्बिशंस 5 पिलर्स पर खड़ी है। हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज हैं जिनको हम हार्नेस कर रहे हैं। दूसरा, हम अपने ब्रिलियंट माइंड्स को इनोवेट करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। तीसरा, हमारे पास इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रेंथ है, पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी है। चौथा, भारत के पास स्ट्रेटेजिक ज्योग्राफी है जो एनर्जी ट्रेड को ज्यादा आकर्षक और आसान बनाती है। और पांचवा, भारत ग्लोबल सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए कमिटेड है। इससे भारत के एनर्जी सेक्टर में नई संभावनाएं तैयार हो रही हैं। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लिए अगले 2 दशक बहुत अहम है और इसमें आने वाले 5 साल में हम अनेक बड़े पड़ाव पार करने वाले हैं।
Watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Let's begin this broadcast with the top headlines. Prime Minister Modi leads a AI summit in Paris with President Macron, says have to battle misinformation and deep fakes while hailing India's involvement in AI in opening remarks.
India is ready to share its experience and expertise to ensure that AI future is for good and for all.
Trouble mounts for YouTuber Beer Biceps. Parliamentary IT panel may summon Ranveer Elabadia. Cop summons Samay Raina and Beer Biceps. YouTube takes down the sex with parents joke video. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann rejects Congress's exodus claim, says Congress must not worry about us, and claims that the Punjab Congress is merely repeating what they've been saying for 3 years now. Mob runs riot in Karnataka's Mysuru. Derogatory post sparks massive clashes. Police vehicles stormed. Cops fire tear gas. In the next episode of Pariksha Pe Charcha, Deepika's mantra for mental health, glimpse at Deepika's advice to students as she thanks Prime Minister Modi for the opportunity.
जैसे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उनके किताब एग्जाम वॉरियर्स में भी लिखा है, एक्सप्रेस नेवर सप्रेस. सो ऑलवेज एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्व्स, वेदर इट्स विद योर फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली, पेरेंट्स, टीचर्स. You know, journaling is a great way to express yourself.
Big relief for Adani from Trump government. Trump pauses foreign bribery law boost to Adani. Trump says Biden bribe law was a disaster. Let's begin with breaking news coming in on all of the speculation over who will be the next Delhi Chief Minister. Amid that suspense peaking, BJP MLA elects are meeting with BJP President JP Nadda. Now the likes of Anil Sharma, Shikhar Roy, Satish Upadhyay, Vijender Gupta, Rekha Gupta among several others are meeting with JP Nadda in Parliament. Now there will be questions about whether this is a huddle to decide who will be the next Delhi Chief Minister. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, what's on the agenda for this particular meeting?
Well, you know, Akshata, the way forward definitely is something that the party president at the moment, JP Nadda, will be looking at. And also feedback is something that the BJP, let me tell you, over the course of the last 48 hours has been taken with regards to what each community will feel if their particular leader becomes the chief minister of the national capital, because that is something that they will have to keep in mind. Also, let me tell you, the state of Punjab, the elections of Punjab are also not that far off as far as the BJP is concerned. So they will make sure that they have that also in mind. And with regards to this, we are seeing these 8 MLAs now meeting the party president JP Nadda in the parliament. Exactly what happened, Akshata, we will get to know in about an hour once all of them step out. But from what we are understanding from our sources at the moment, what the communities are feeling and what each community will feel if their representative becomes the chief minister of Delhi, and what will be the impact that one can see. This is the crux of the meeting that is taking place at the moment.
All right. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all of those details. So let's get you the latest updates on the hectic parlays that are underway regarding the Delhi top post 3 days after the BJP's sweeping victory in the national capital. Sources have told India Today that the chief minister will be chosen from among the newly elected legislators, so there's no question of anyone else being brought in. The national capital could just see a woman chief minister at the helm. The BJP is also considering appointing a deputy chief minister from an underrepresented background, with the new cabinet expected to have strong representation of women and Dalits. Among the BJP's victorious candidates, 4 women legislators secured their seat by significant margins. But besides that, there are several other names also. Parvesh Verma, Vijender Gupta, Satish Upadhyay, they're probable names who are in the fray for the top post.
मन प्रफुल्लित हो उठा है और दिल्ली के देवतुल्य मतदाता को भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार की बहुत बधाई, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार और अभिनंदन।
मैम, चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बन रहा है?
शीर्ष नेतृत्व तय करेगा।
पार्टी ने मुझ पर विश्वास किया, मुझे ग्रेटर क्लास से प्रत्याशी बनाया। आभारी हूँ पार्टी की कि उन्होंने ये मुझे इस लायक समझा। तो मैं अभी ये समझती हूँ कि जो जिम्मेदारी मेरे ऊपर विधायक के रूप में आई है, अब उसको कैसे निभाना है, मैं इसकी आज से योजना बनानी शुरू कर दी।
दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री विधायक दल की बैठक में और पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के निर्णय से तय होगा। वो कोई भी हो सकता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता होगा।
पहली बात तो ये इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, गृह मंत्री जी, तमाम शीर्ष नेतृत्व तय करेगा। जो तय करेगा वो सब लीडर्स को मंजूर होगा, इसलिए ये कोई इशू ही नहीं है। और दूसरा जो है, उससे बड़ा इशू ये है कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी में विश्वास किया है, उनकी नेतृत्व में विश्वास किया है, उनके सुशासन में विश्वास किया है। उस सुशासन की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन दिल्ली में भी हो जाए, मैं समझता हूँ ये हमारे लिए ज़्यादा बड़ी जिम्मेवारी है। जो मैनिफेस्टो, जो उम्मीद हमने दिल्ली के लोगों की जताई है, उस उम्मीद पे हम खरा उतरें, वो हमारे लिए ज़्यादा बड़ा चैलेंज है, बाकी की कुछ चैलेंज।
After AAP's loss in Delhi, tremors are being felt in the Bhagwat Mann-led AAP in Punjab. After Punjab Congress claimed that over 30 AAP MLAs are in touch with them, Kejriwal held a meeting with Punjab MLAs. Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann was also present. And Chief Minister Mann has rubbished all of these claims by the Congress, saying very clearly that the Grand Old Party must stop worrying about AAP. He maintains that Pratap Singh Bajwa, who's made that allegation, constantly keeps making these kind of claims. Meanwhile, in the meeting, sources have told us that Kejriwal told MLAs that they must focus on the 2027 elections, and that Kejriwal reiterated his stance that the AAP leadership was strong and preparing for the next election.
प्रताप बाजवा पिछले 2.25 साल से यही कह रहे हैं, तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं। उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं, तीसरी बार। तो मतलब वो तो कहते रहते हैं, पहले भी कहते थे 40 आ रहे हैं, 20 आ रहे हैं, ये इनकी फितरत है, कहने दो। उनके यहाँ कल्चर है इधर जाने का, कभी उधर आने का, कभी वापस आने का। मतलब एक उनका नेता है, वो ढोल बजा रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी हार गई, तो नीचे कमेंट आ रहे थे कि भाई साहब ये जीरो पे ढोल बजा रहे हो कि आपकी जीरो आई है तीसरी बार। तो अपना फिक्र नहीं करते, दूसरों में नुक्स निकालते रहते।
नहीं, ठीक है, पार्टी है उनकी, वो बैठक करें, लेकिन तुरंत जब दिल्ली हारने के बाद वो बैठक करने तो इसका कोई मीनिंग और अलग अलग भी निकलते हैं। तो मंथन तो दिल्ली हारने का दिल्ली के लोगों को बुला के कीजिए, जो इलेक्शन लड़ रहे थे, जो आपकी पार्टी वहाँ काम कर रही थी, उनके मंथन कीजिए। अब हारे दिल्ली हैं तो विधायक पंजाब के बुला लें, इधर आके बैठिए, उसका क्या मतलब है? तो यदि देखिए पंजाब, इनके दोनों मॉडल फेल हो चुके हैं, दिल्ली मॉडल भी फेल हो गया है, पंजाब मॉडल भी फेल हो गया है। तो ये बातें अब जो चर्चा में विषय यही है कि शायद केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं मैं मुख्यमंत्री बन जाऊं, या कोई और तब्दीली चाहते हैं।
आज जो कपूरथला हाउस में उन्होंने बैठक बुलाई है पंजाब के एमएलओ की, हारे दिल्ली में है बैठक पंजाब के एमएलओ की। क्यों? क्योंकि सपना देख रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री बनने का। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सत्ता के बिना रह नहीं सकते, जी नहीं सकते सत्ता के बिना। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी गलतफहमी मत रहना, अब वो ये साबित करने पे लगे हैं कि भगवंत मान नालायक हैं, करप्ट हैं, उन्होंने करप्शन नहीं रोकी, उन्होंने नशा नहीं रोका, ये सच है। लेकिन भगवंत मान को हटाकर अरविंद केजरीवाल बन जाएं, ये सच कभी हो नहीं सकता और ये कभी होने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ऐसे सपने देखने बंद कर दो।
Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in as the Punjab BJP chief Sunil Jakhar has taken to social media to lash out at the AAP government in Punjab. The BJP has said that Bhagwat Mann's confidence has been shaken after the Delhi election. So while the Congress claims that 30 AAP MLAs are in touch with them in Punjab, you've got the Punjab BJP now also mocking the Aam Aadmi Party and saying very clearly that Bhagwat Mann doesn't look as confident as before about being in power. They've also mocked, in fact, the meeting that has taken place, saying clearly whatever has transpired in Kapurthala House today did nothing to soothe the frayed nerves of Chief Minister Mann. So what impact will the AAP Delhi route have on the India bloc? Here's in fact a conversation with Pratap Bajwa, who made those allegations with Rahul Kapoor.
बाजवा साहब, वीकेंड पे आपने हमें इंटरव्यू दिया, आपने लड़ाई करा दी. You know that interview completely viral across Punjab. You basically made the point that 32 plus AAP MLAs are in touch with you. I got so many calls from people in the Aam Aadmi Party basically saying बाजवा साहब यबली मार रहे हैं, ऐਵੇਂ ही बोली जा रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं इनके पास एविडेंस है. He's just trying to fish in troubled waters. Are you fishing in troubled waters, or do you seriously think there's a threat to the Bhagwant Mann government?
For the last 40 years, I've been in politics. Do you think if people are not in touch with you, would I ever say on television? I have named none. Neither have I ever said that the Congress wants to destabilize this government. But definitely, again on your television, with very firm footing, I can tell you more than 30 MLAs are very much in touch. They feel this is the last ticket to the moon, as I said it the last time. They know there is no coming back from the moon now. They are looking for new parties. And the number one party that most of the AAP people are looking for is the Congress. They feel Congress is the alternative in the next 27 elections. They have opened up their doors with us. They are very much consistently in talk with us. That is different. Let the time come. This time hasn't come. So once the time is there, they are very much in touch. And as I told you, 11 to 12 years earlier, when I was the Pradesh Congress president, I made a team which was working with me seriously. But when I was replaced in the last 6 months by Captain Amarinder Singh overlooked their cases, and the AAP basically gave these tickets to them, and 22 of those people are MLAs and ministers over there. Do you want me to name them? I can, but I don't want to do that.
Bhagwant Mann could become an Eknath Shinde. As a senior BJP face, how do you view this? Sirsa Saab.
One thing is clear, that Aam Aadmi Party is totally finished. Today they are having a government in Punjab, that's a different thing. But every MLA knew that their days are numbered. I totally agree with Mr. Bajwa that now they are looking for alternatives. It is sure, even Bhagwant Mann is well aware that he may not be a CM in next couple of months. As I told earlier in the morning also, that now Arvind Kejriwal has called a meeting tomorrow. And what is the purpose of meeting? They have lost election in Delhi. They are calling meeting for Punjab. Does it make sense? No. Then what is the question? The thing is that Arvind Kejriwal will try to become a chief minister in Punjab. And for that reason, tomorrow MLAs will be briefed कि आप कहें कि देखिए पंजाब में कोई काम नहीं हो सका जी, पंजाब के लोग बहुत परेशान हैं, पंजाब की माताओं बहनों को 1000 रुपया महीना नहीं मिला, वहाँ बहुत करप्शन है, वहाँ पे ड्रग्स बहुत बढ़ गई हैं, पंजाब में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर नहीं है. एंड देन आफ्टर वीक और सो अरविंद केजरीवाल गो टू पंजाब, द MLAs विल अगेन कंप्लेंट, एंड देन अखबारों में खबरें छपेंगी. और खबरें क्या होंगी कि MLA तो बहुत परेशान है भगवंत मान से, वो तो सीधा कह रहे हैं या तो भगवंत मान को रखोगे तो हम छोड़कर चले जाएंगे. एंड देन अवतार अरविंद केजरीवाल विल कम आउट एज अवतार कि देखिए जी बस आप ही बचा सकते हैं पंजाब को, जैसे आपने दिल्ली को बनाया, जैसे दिल्ली के स्कूल बना दिए, जैसे दिल्ली के हॉस्पिटल बना दिए, बस आप ही पंजाब में बना सकते हो. दैट इज द मोडस ऑपरेंडी व्हिच अरविंद केजरीवाल वांट्स टू एक्सप्लोर इन पंजाब. But I must tell him and tell you also, Kawalji, that is not possible in Punjab. ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਆ, ਇਹ ਵੱਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਧੌਣ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੱਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਧੌਣ ਚੋਂ ਕਿੱਲਾ ਕੱਢ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਆ. So whatever thoughts process Arvind Kejriwal in his mind is, that won't be implemented in Punjab. And for that reason, I'm sure that he will push this agenda, and up to one extent, then the MLAs will also, there will be too much of rebellion against him. And I feel that there could be a midterm election also. In this scenario, if he forces that I want to be the chief minister, and in that scenario, it could be a chances that there could be a midterm poll also.
Let's get your highlights of the Prime Minister's address at the AI Action Summit in Paris today. Prime Minister Modi, remembers, a co-chair of the summit along with French President Emmanuel Macron. The Prime Minister in his address spoke about democratizing AI while giving the message that machines will never overtake humanity. Top tech titans like Google CEO Sundar Pichai, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman were among those in attendance for the AI Action Summit. The Prime Minister in his message emphasized on AI's power in transforming governance, polity and economy and battled for open source AI.
We have unlocked the power of data through our data empowerment and protection architecture, and we have made digital commerce democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission. That is why during our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all. Today, India leads in AI adoption and techno-legal solutions on data privacy. India is building its own large language model considering our diversity. We also have a unique public-private partnership model for pooling resources like compute power. It is made available to our startups and researchers at an affordable cost. And India is ready to share its experience and expertise to ensure that AI future is for good and for all. We must pull together resources and talent. We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications. We must address concerns related to cybersecurity, disinformation, and deepfakes. And we must also ensure that technology is rooted in local ecosystems for it to be effective and useful. Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future.
I appreciate Prime Minister Modi's point. AI, I really believe, will facilitate and make people more productive. It is not going to replace human beings. It will never replace human beings. And I think too many of the leaders in the AI industry, when they talk about this fear of replacing workers, I think they really miss the point. AI, we believe, is going to make us more productive, more prosperous, and more free.
And remember that top tech leaders were also there for the AI summit. Google CEO Sundar Pichai's message in the summit in Paris.
AI can't flourish if there is a fragmented regulatory environment with different rules across different countries and regions. I think when history looks back, it will see this as the beginning of a golden age of innovation. But these outcomes are not guaranteed.
I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details of how trouble is mounting for YouTuber Beer Biceps as the parliamentary IT panel may next summon the YouTuber.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ गले से लगा बिन सोचे
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
हो जा रंगीला रे with Motorola's incredible range of smartphones.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. After Delhi setback, Arvind Kejriwal meets Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann and AAP MLAs amid tension. AAP leader Amantullah Khan booked under BNS section for riots, accused of obstructing government work. Massive crowd of devotees at Mahakumbh, over 44 crore have taken a dip at Sangam so far.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Trouble is mounting for YouTuber Ranveer Elabadia and comic Samay Raina. The issue now echoed in Parliament, and this even as an FIR has been filed in Guwahati. There have been summons by the Mumbai police and widespread outrage over the joke that was cracked on the show India's Got Latent. YouTube has taken down the episode as well. Now, Shiv Sena MP Naresh Mahaske raised the issue in Parliament and said there was a need for strong guidelines from the government. The parliamentary panel on IT is mulling to send summons to Ranveer Elabadia. It was based on the government's directive that YouTube also has pulled down the episode. MPs, remember, have raised objections to the controversial clip. Beer Biceps is seen making an obscene joke, which has led to outrage. Now, remember that an FIR has been registered against him, multiple of them, in fact, and summons have also been issued by the Mumbai police.
My comment wasn't just inappropriate, it wasn't even funny. Comedy is not my forte. I'm just here to say sorry. Many of you asked if this is how I wish to use my platform, and obviously this is not how I wish to use it. I'm not going to give any context or justification or reasoning behind whatever happened. I'm just here for an apology. I personally had a lapse in judgment. It wasn't cool on my part. The podcast is watched by people of all ages. Don't want to be the kind of person that takes that responsibility lightly. And family is the last thing that I would ever disrespect. Need to use this platform better. That's been my...
OTT platform पर कोई भी सेंसर नहीं है, उनको दिशा नहीं है, उनके कंटेंट पे कुछ भी दिशा नहीं है, कुछ भी पॉलिटिकल के बारे में कुछ भी अनाप शनाप बातें करने की ये जो रिवाज चालू है, इसके ऊपर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने ध्यान देना चाहिए और सेंसर लगाना चाहिए। OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स, सब पॉडकास्टर, उनके लिए सख्त कायदा बनाना चाहिए और उनके ऊपर तुरंत गुना दाखिल करना चाहिए। ये विषय ये सभागृह में मैं आपके सामने रखता हूँ। श्रीमती
कॉमेडी के नाम पे जिस प्रकार से अश्लील और भद्दी बातें कॉमेडी शो में पूछी जा रही हैं, वो बहुत ही शर्मनाक है और भारतीय संस्कृति के और हमारी भारतीय सभ्यता के बहुत ही खिलाफ है। और मैं मानता हूँ इसकी बयान की सभी भारतवासी सभी निंदा करेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से माता पिता के बारे में इतनी ओछी और भद्दी बातें इस शो में पूछी जा रही है, ये बोलते हुए भी और सुनते हुए भी हर भारतवासी इसको लेकर शर्मनाक हो जाएगा, शर्मसार हो जाएगा। और जैसे उस बयान जैसी वो बातें पूछ रहा है, वो बहुत ही गलत है और मैं मानता हूँ ये कोई हिंदू और भारतीय नहीं, ये सनातनी हो ही नहीं सकता।
I think it's extremely unfortunate, and as a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communication and IT, which also has information and broadcasting as part of it, I'm going to take this up with the committee, and I would want that there should be stricter guidelines and stricter punishment measures for such disparaging remarks that are used so loosely, especially when such impressionable minds, young minds follow such YouTubers.
And with that, I'm wrapping up this broadcast. Coming up on the other side for a short break is our entertainment special.
You are watching India Today.
साथियों, बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के सेक्टर में इनोवेशन और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दोनों के लिए बहुत अवसर हैं। भारत बहुत तेज गति से इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इतने बड़े देश की डिमांड पूरा करने के लिए बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के क्षेत्र में हमें बहुत तेजी से काम करना है। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने ग्रीन एनर्जी को सपोर्ट करने की संबंधित अनेक घोषणाएं की है। सरकार ने ईवी और मोबाइल फोन बैटरी की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़ी कई चीजों को बेसिक कस्टम ड्यूटी से बाहर किया है। कोबाल्ट पाउडर, लिथियम आयन बैटरी वेस्ट, लेड, जिंक ऐसे अनेक क्रिटिकल मिनरल से ड्यूटी हटा दी गई है। नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स मिशन भी भारत में एक सशक्त सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. I'm back with the best from the world of showbiz. Allow me to begin the next 30 minutes of our broadcast by talking about Tom Cruise and the final part of Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. Yes, the superstar is all set to return as Agent Ethan for one last time. He will be facing new threats, will perform the scariest of stunts and be his most fearless self. The makers have also given a glimpse into a new teaser which was unveiled during the Super Bowl 2025. Take a look at that and more details on this most anticipated film of 2025 in our first report.
Our lives are not defined by any one action. Our lives are the sum of our choices.
Tom Cruise is back as Ethan Hunt, and this time he will be facing new threats, will perform the scariest of stunts, and be his most fearless self.
It's come to this.
When the need for certainty is absolute and the odds are deemed impossible,
the mission falls to him.
That's right. The action star is set to return with the 8th and the final film in his iconic Mission Impossible franchise.
You gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
While it's hard to imagine Tom Cruise saying goodbye to his most loved character Ethan Hunt, which he has dutifully portrayed since 1996.
Always. It's much worse than you think.
We're being ambushed. Abort, that's an order.
A glimpse into this teaser, which was unveiled during the Super Bowl 2025, however, does remind one of it.
Let's come to this.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
Prior to this, Cruise had also shared a behind-the-scenes video of filming the same sequence on his social media account with a caption, "Hang on." Earlier, the stunt maestro had even dropped this glimpse into his 8th and the final outing as Ethan Hunt.
Let's come to this.
I need you to trust me.
The ones you hold close.
So when it's one last adventure, the hype and the anticipation too is obvious.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
The makers have in fact locked May 23rd, 2025 as the release date of this final film in this franchise.
Neither should you.
And the announcement of the same was made on social media by Cruise himself.
Our lives are the sum of our choices.
This comes almost 2 years after the 7th film in the Mission Impossible series titled Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. The film has managed to collect over $570 million worldwide.
It's gonna cost you dearly.
Hanging off airplanes to dispatching bad guys. Like most of his previous films, Tom Cruise will once again, but for the one last time, will be seen in his typical form in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
That's the pattern, isn't it? You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close.
Interestingly, even filmmaker Christopher McQuarrie, who has helmed every film in this franchise since 2015's Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation, returns to direction for this one.
Countermeasures. But it is an agency of chaos.
The time has come to dissolve the IMF.
Now, I want you to choose your next words very carefully. Where is Hunt?
So yes, fasten your seatbelts as Tom Cruise as Agent Ethan Hunt is here to not only set your screens on fire for the one last time, but also to bid farewell to this iconic franchise. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now, if you can recall, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 was released in July 2023. And now that the final part is all set for a May release in 2025, let's rewind the clock and give you all a recap of previous missions that Ethan Hunt, aka Tom Cruise, was on in this iconic franchise. Death-defying stunts, check. High-octane action sequences, check. Visual spectacle, double check. Mission Impossible is one of the most popular film franchises in Hollywood. With each installment, audiences are drawn into a world of espionage, high-stakes missions, and unexpected twists.
Is your mission should you choose to accept it.
The first film in the series was released in 1996 and was directed by Brian De Palma. It introduced fans to Ethan Hunt, played by Tom Cruise, an elite agent for the Impossible Missions Force. The movie set the tone for the series, showcasing its trademark blend of suspense, espionage, and exhilarating action. Notably, the iconic scene featuring Tom Cruise dangling from the ceiling in the CIA headquarters became an instant classic. Cruise's performance showcased his ability to balance intense action with emotional depth, giving audiences a glimpse into the determination and vulnerability of the character.
Agent located.
John Woo took the helm for the second installment in 2000, infusing his signature style of stylized action and slow-motion sequences.
Identity confirmed.
Good morning, Mr. Hunt.
Sorry I barged in on your vacation.
The film sees Ethan Hunt on a new mission involving a deadly virus and a former IMF agent gone rogue, played by Doug Scott. Tom flawlessly executed breathtaking stunts and displayed his chemistry with co-star Tandy Newton, which further solidified the franchise's reputation for daring stunts and high-flying action. In 2006, acclaimed director J.J. Abrams brought his expertise in crafting suspenseful dramas to the big screen with his third film. In this installment, Hunt faces off against an arms dealer portrayed by the late Philip Seymour Hoffman. With a more personal and emotional storyline, Mission Impossible 3 delves deeper into Hunt's character and showcased his vulnerability. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, which released in 2011, Brad Bird directed the fourth installment and took the film to new heights with breathtaking stunts and jaw-dropping set pieces. Ghost Protocol pushed the boundaries of action cinema, most notably with Tom Cruise's unforgettable climb up the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. The film also introduced Jeremy Renner's character, William Brand, who would become a recurring presence in subsequent movies.
You're not gonna make it!
You're not helping.
He will go to any extent to try to save the world.
Mission Impossible Rogue Nation was the fifth film in the series. It was directed by Christopher McQuarrie, who would become a regular collaborator with Tom Cruise. Rogue Nation continued the franchise's streak of delivering high-quality entertainment.
The time has come to dissolve the IMF.
Now I want you to choose your next words very carefully. Where is Hunt?
Last I heard, he was tracking the syndicate.
The film introduced Rebecca Ferguson as Isla Force, a mysterious and capable ally to Ethan Hunt.
We've never met before, right?
Follow me.
A rogue nation trained to do what we do.
An anti-IMF.
This is the CIA's mission.
If he had held on to the plutonium, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
His team would be dead.
Yes, they would. That's the job.
Considered by many as the pinnacle of the franchise, Mission Impossible Fallout combined heart-pumping action sequences, intricate storytelling, and mesmerizing cinematography.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, I wonder, did you ever choose not to? The end you always feared is coming. And the blood will be on your hands. The fallout of all your good intentions.
Directed by McQuire, the film showcased the repercussions of past missions and introduced Henry Cavill as August Walker, a CIA operative at odds with Ethan Hunt. From the exhilarating motorcycle chase through Paris to the helicopter pursuit in the mountains.
What the hell is he doing?
I find it best not to look.
Fallout raised the bar for action filmmaking. All in all, the first 6 films in the series brought in over $3.57 billion in ticket sales. The Mission Impossible film series has cemented its place in cinematic history, thrilling audiences with its captivating storylines, remarkable stunts, and charismatic performances by Tom Cruise and the ensemble cast. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Tom Cruise is certainly the biggest Hollywood superstar. Even at 62, he continues to defy his age and still needs no one to hold the fort. Here's a special report on his best performances. He's arguably the biggest Hollywood superstar. His smile still sweeps women off their feet, and at 61, he can pull off incredible action scenes with an unmatched ease. Tom Cruise has been ruling the silver screens and hearts of fans ever since he starred in the lead in the 1983 comedy drama Risky Business. The film found universal favor, and the lead actor, almost out of routine, was touted as the next big thing by critics. And boy, were they right. A few years later, when Tom Cruise starred in Tony Scott's Top Gun, a superstar was born. Let's take a look at some of his best performances.
I feel the need for speed.
5 weeks, you're gonna fly against the best fighter pilots in the world. You guys really are cowboys.
I don't like you because you're unsafe.
That's right. I am dangerous.
The wild card. Flies by the seat of his pants.
I guess when I see something, I go right after it.
It takes a lot more than just fancy flying.
No.
Top Gun 1986. Cruise felt the need for speed, and Tony Scott's pulse-pounding action flick Top Gun delivered that and much more. He played Lieutenant Pete Maverick Michelle, a student at the United States Navy's elite fighter weapons school. His iconic role propelled the actor to the top of Hollywood's A-list. Cruise's turn as Maverick is as charming as it is charismatic, and his indelible performance even paved the way for a sequel over 3 decades later with Top Gun Maverick, which grossed over $1.4 billion worldwide. Born on the 4th of July in 1989, Cruise featured in Oliver Stone's autobiographical war film Born on the 4th of July, depicting the life of activist Ron Kovic over a 20-year period, detailing his childhood, his military service, and paralysis during the Vietnam War, and his transition to anti-war activism, speaking out against war and twisted notions of patriotism. Cruise's layered portrayal also earned him a nomination at the Oscars.
I'm getting so much. We are here to tell the truth. People say if you don't love America, then get the hell out. Well, I love America.
A Few Good Men in 1992. Tom featured in the American legal drama A Few Good Men, which was based on Aaron Sorkin's play of the same name. He essayed the character of Daniel Caffey, a colo lawyer with a penchant for plea bargains who is defending 2 U.S. Marines charged with the murder of a fellow Marine at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba. While the ensemble cast included Jack Nicholson, Demi Moore and Kevin Bacon, it was Tom who stood out with his incredible dialogue delivery, soaring to new heights.
How do you feel about that theory? Sounds good to me.
If this case is handled in the same fast food, slick-ass, Persian bazaar manner with which you seem to handle everything else, then something's gonna get missed.
I want to slam dunk this guy.
Jerry Maguire in 1996. Tom Cruise had Renée Zellweger and the world at hello. One of his most iconic performances came in the 1996 sports comedy drama Jerry Maguire.
Help me help you. Help me help you. You are hanging on by a very thin thread. And I dig that about you. You want to go out to dinner?
I'm here to let you go.
The actor played a sports agent with a conscience who has an epiphany. From memorable catchphrases to incredible dialogues, the film had it all. Cruise's dreamy performance backed him an Academy nomination.
I will go with you.
Dorothy Boyd. Thank you.
Frank TJ.
Magnolia in 1999. One of his finest performances came in Magnolia, which was directed by Paul Thomas Anderson. Tom played the role of Frank T.J. McKay, a troubled and misogynistic motivational speaker who must come to terms with the impending death of his estranged father. The film follows the mosaic of interrelated characters, each searching for happiness, forgiveness, and the meaning of life, and Cruise's vulnerable performance won the hearts of cinephiles. Collateral in 2004. In 2004's neo-noir action thriller Collateral, Cruise played the villain one of the few occasions. He essayed a cold-blooded assassin that hires an unsuspecting cabbie to drive him to his contracts.
Make the best of it. Improvise, adapt to the environment. Whatever, man, we gotta roll with it.
You just met him once and you kill him like that?
But I should only kill people after I get to know them?
I'm not up for this.
What are you gonna do about it?
There's a man named Vincent.
I got another DOA.
He's already killed witnesses. He's coming to kill you.
Vance! I do this for a living!
Tom manages to make his character look both menacing and likable, all while killing his unsuspected victims. Cruise's films have grossed over $10 billion worldwide, and the action star is in no mood to slow down. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Tom Cruise isn't just a Hollywood icon, he's a licensed pilot with a collection of planes, an avid scuba diver and a fencing enthusiast. Beyond the spotlight, the superstar enjoys a life of luxury with an impressive net worth, collection of cars, real estate and a passion for philanthropy, supporting education and health causes. Cruise's life is truly as daring as his movies. Up next is a report on this. From flying fighter jets to climbing skyscrapers. Tom Cruise is known for taking adrenaline to the next level on screen. But did you know that his real-life hobbies are just as jaw-dropping as his action-packed movies? Well, Hollywood's daredevil doesn't just act fearlessly, he lives it both on and off the set. Tom Cruise isn't just an action hero on screen, he's a certified pilot in real life. He's one of the few actors who genuinely loves aviation. He has been a licensed pilot since 1994 and is able to fly several types of aircraft. However, it doesn't stop with a license. He also has a collection of airplanes, varying from vintage fighters to business jets. For Cruise, the ocean is another playground. He's known to be an avid scuba diver and has often been spotted diving in various locations around the world. He reportedly obtained his diving certification in the 1990s. Interestingly, in Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, Cruise held his breath underwater for an astonishing 6 minutes to film a complex heist sequence. Hollywood royalty needs a royal hobby, and fencing is Tom's way of mixing elegance with athletics. Yes, Tom Cruise even convinced his friends Will Smith and David Beckham to take up fencing with him. The trio also formed an informal fencers club wherein they trained together as often as possible, honing their skills in the ancient art of swordplay. Such is Cruise's dedication to the sport that he has constructed a dedicated fencing training area in his own home. And if you thought this Hollywood maverick saves his stunts for the screen, think again. Tom Cruise also made a dramatic entrance at the Paris Olympics closing ceremony. In Mission Impossible style, Cruise took this Olympic flag on his bike live in front of the audience and took it to the airport from where the flight took the flag to Los Angeles. Now, with this glorious Hollywood career that goes beyond the span of 3 decades, Tom Cruise has been one of the highest paid actors and movie stars. As of now, Tom Cruise's net worth is roughly around $600 million. His wealth primarily stems from his successful acting career, lucrative film deals, and strategic real estate investments. With his massive net worth, Cruise has bought many luxurious mansions and real estate properties around the world. Tom Cruise also has an impressive and diverse car collection valued reportedly at around $50 million. According to reports, Tom Cruise has a collection of impressive cars ranging from classic models to high-performance supercars, which include these among many others. Interestingly, Tom Cruise is also actively involved in various charitable endeavors and supports numerous causes. His philanthropic efforts reflect his commitment to education, health, and humanitarian initiatives. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on In the Club at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today. This is me, Deepali Patel, signing off. Until then, stay fabulous.
प्रताप बाजवा के भाई जब फतेह जंग बाजवा कांग्रेस छोड़ के बीजेपी में जा रहे थे तब वो तो उनके टच में थे नहीं। उनको बोलो जो 12-14 हैं आपके पास उनको संभाल लो, हमारे वालों का ख्याल छोड़ें। ऐसी डे ड्रीमिंग करना और फूल्स पैराडाइज में रहना बाजवा साहब जैसे सीनियर लीडर को शोभा नहीं देता।
बाजवा कौन है? बाजवे का की है पंजाब च? की समझदा बाजवा अपने आप नूं? ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਕੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅਸਰ ਨਹੀਂ 94 ਐਮਐਲਏ ਆ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਰਾਜ਼ਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਦੀ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੁੱਠ ਨੇ ਅਰਵਿੰਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦਾ ਸੁਪਰੀਮੋ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਿਪਾਹੀ ਨੇ
सोलर पावर जनरेटिंग नेशन है हमारी नॉन फोसिल फ्यूल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी 3 गुना बढ़ी है भारत G20 देशों में पेरिस समझौते के लक्ष्यों को पूरा करने वाला पहला देश है भारत कैसे अपने लक्ष्य समय से पहले प्राप्त कर रहा है इसका एक और उदाहरण है इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग आज भारत 19% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग कर रहा है इससे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज की सेविंग हुई है और सब्सटेंशियल फार्मर रेवेन्यू जनरेट हुआ है
एक अस्थायी शहर में 45 करोड़ श्रद्धालु आकर के डुबकी लगा करके चला जाए तो इससे बड़ी बात और क्या हो सकती है लेकिन जिनको नकारात्मकता फैलानी है और नकारात्मकता
Congratulate France, truly global in nature. It should be more inclusive of the global South and its priorities, concerns and needs. To build on the momentum of this Action Summit, India would be happy to host the next summit. Thank you.
Everybody up for a group photo with the co-hosts, please.
So that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the co-chair of the AI Summit, with Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, the chair of the AI Summit. You can also see UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in these images. Several world leaders, including Justin Trudeau of France, can be seen in these images, and these are world leaders coming together. They're grappling with a very, very important issue of the times. Governance is all about ensuring AI access to all has been a major message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given at this AI summit in Paris. Artificial intelligence can transform millions of lives by improving healthcare, education and agriculture. And India is speaking as a very strong voice of the developing countries, of the global South countries. And this is the AI family picture. The head honchos of tech, top world leaders, all on the same page. So they're all together, getting that family picture taking for the AI summit. India, incidentally, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been talking about it. India is developing our own AI model, our own AI language model. But the Prime Minister, in his conversation in Paris, stressed on the need for collective global effort to establish governance and global standards that are acceptable to all, and also address risks that are inherent in the use of artificial intelligence. And the Prime Minister sensitized the world about the risks that the world faces, especially that comes from things like deep fakes. He raised the issue of cyber security, and these are several pitfalls that the world needs to guard against. And a very, very important point that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made. So, digital public infrastructure. India has played a very critical role in ensuring that this digital public infrastructure is available to all. But how is this taken now to the next level? And that is something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is talking about, that access to AI should be made available in an equitable and a fair manner to the developing countries, to all. Because right now, the world is looking at what may appear to be a battle. United States on one side, China on the other side. Now, when you look at the picture here, you have several world leaders who are present here. Vance, the US Vice President, he's here to be a part of the summit. But look at that close bond and that bonhomie between India and France. Now, when you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron holding hands, this is a very, very close strategic partnership that the two countries have been a part of the International Solar Alliance. So, they've partnered very closely on Solar Alliance. They're partnering very closely, as we know, on green energy, and now they're partnering on artificial intelligence governance mechanism, on rules of the game that are being drawn out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said how artificial intelligence can transform millions of lives. In a way, it's writing the code of humanity in the next century, in the field of education, in the field of healthcare, in the field of agriculture. There is so much that can be achieved through artificial intelligence. But then what one needs to guard against is also to ensure that, one, it's equitable, that it's fairly available to all, and it's free of bias. If there is bias, if big tech plays a big role, that is something that you need to guard against. Because if China or America were to introduce their own bias in the system, then it will react in a separate way. And then it can be used as a tool in the hands of a powerful country and influence what's happening in developing countries. So these are some things that you need to guard against, and we'll talk about that in greater detail. This is our top story: Prime Minister's visit to France and Artificial Action Summit.
Dear Narendra, I'm actually going to give you the floor.
France says bonjour Modi. Modi and his dost Macron lead AI summit. Prime Minister Modi shares AI leadership vision.
Digital commerce, democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission.
Bats for cybersecurity, war on deep fakes.
We must address concerns related to cybersecurity, disinformation, and deepfakes.
Modi's AI for sustainable growth pitch. Modi's biggest AI push.
And the biggest AI push is hosting the summit in India next time. And it's very important because India can be that very critical bridge between the tech supergiants, the big superpowers, and the developing world. India is that crucial bridge that we also saw during G20. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We'll talk about that in greater detail. Prime Minister Narendra Modi co-chaired the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit in Paris alongside the French President Emmanuel Macron. In his address, Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized on the need to democratize artificial intelligence. He sent out a very strong message. Machines will never surpass the human mind. It will never surpass humanity. He highlighted artificial intelligence's transformative potential in governance, in politics, in economy, in agriculture, in education. The Prime Minister advocated open source AI solutions. The summit saw participation of top tech leaders, including Google CEO Sundar Pichai, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. There were several world leaders on this very important stage, from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to US Vice President Vance, and many, many others. We bring you our top story from Paris.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi co-chaired the Global AI Action Summit in Paris with French President Emmanuel Macron. Highlighting both the transformative potential and inherent risk of artificial intelligence, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the pressing need for global cooperation in AI governance.
We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications.
The Indian Prime Minister underscored that AI is progressing at an unprecedented pace, shaping the future of humanity unlike any other technological milestone in history.
Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future.
And India is prepared for this new age intelligence potential.
We have unlocked the power of data through our data empowerment and protection architecture. And we have made digital commerce democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission. That is why, during our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all.
Joined by French President Emmanuel Macron at Grand Palais in Paris as co-chair for Action Summit Global Leaders, Prime Minister Modi's proposals were welcomed warmly. US Vice President, while thanking him, established the promise of leading the industry with example.
I appreciate Prime Minister Modi's point. AI, I really believe, will facilitate and make people more productive. The administration will make sure that America has the best trained workforce in the world. Our schools will teach students how to manage, how to supervise, and how to interact with AI-enabled tools as they become more and more a part of our everyday lives. And Ask yourself.
The ongoing Global AI Summit is star-studded with the presence of not only global leaders, but also the movers and shakers of tech and AI industry, like Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman, Google DeepMind's Demis Hassabis, and others. Deepfake and the dark world of cybercrime are the biggest concerns threatening the artificial intelligence industry. From CEOs to global leaders, both the stakeholders are united to fight this nemesis.
So we are early on working on technology like SynthID, watermarking technology. We will need standards, and those are areas where governments and private companies can work together to create a standardized way to detect deepfakes.
Thank you. Bureau Report, India Today.
Thank you so much.
And joining me on this India Today special broadcast from Paris is Nicolas Barr, Editor-in-Chief of Politico France. Also with me is Vidushi Marda. She's Director of Partnerships AI Collaborative. Let me quickly come to Nicolas Barr first and try and understand from you, Nicolas. Welcome on India Today. What is the key takeaway for you, from this summit? How does one ensure that big tech does not use AI to influence opinion in developing countries? Something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also pointed out.
Yes, certainly. What we are seeing is that there's a really, it's striking to me. There's really a common language between the Prime Minister and what President Macron has said. You can see that the two leaders are really close on these issues, and if there's a common understanding from both sides, it's there's a different language coming from the vice president, the US vice president. So. In other words, Europe is and France in particular is much closer to what Prime Minister Modi is saying and said today than what the US Prime Minister has said. And this is really striking. I mean, when the Prime Minister says that AI must be free of bias, that it must be fair, available to anyone, that all this language. You can put it in the mouth of the French president.
Yes. And that is something that both of them, have emphasized on even in the past. Vidushi Marda, India, as Nicholas was also telling us right now, has been pushing for fair access to artificial intelligence, especially for developing countries, for global south countries. But are AI superpowers and big tech receptive to this idea, or is this then a dialogue of the deaf?
I mean, it's definitely not a dialogue of the deaf. One of the main things that is coming out of the summit is the launch of a new global partnership on championing AI in the public interest. It is deliberately global and it's called Current AI. And the focus here is to ensure that AI systems, data sets, models, accountability measures, and standards are within the realm of not just global superpowers, but everyone. Current AI will be focusing on ensuring that high-quality data sets are made available in critical domains for the public interest, including health and science. We're going to ensure that the best open tools around safety and keeping us safe when we use AI systems is made accessible to all. It's also going to ensure that accountability is a global effort and greater than the sum of the many, brilliant parts that are building towards AI accountability. So, if anything, this is a moment that is showing us that we're at the beginning of a long, collaborative, and global path towards ensuring that AI works for people and communities.
And are China and the United States on the same page? Is the world on the same page on this? In your appreciation, Vidushi Marda, your response first before I bring in Nicolas Barr?
Yeah, so through this entire process, over the last year, we've been in close contact with governments, with industry, with partners from civil society and the technical community. And I think it's a matter of when, not if, in terms of how we all come together and work collaboratively towards this reality. We have a number of country partners who have signed on to the charter coming out of the AI Summit, and also have expressed interest in building together. And it's really a very encouraging sign to see the strength of the room, the energy of the room, and the spirit of collaboration, and that we must all win for any of us to win.
Nicholas Barr, one of the bigger issues or one of the biggest apprehensions in the world remains fear of job losses due to AI. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sought to address that in terms of reskilling and upskilling. How difficult would that be, especially for the developing countries?
Yeah, well, of course, it's a challenge, although we don't know exactly the magnitude of the challenge. Obviously, AI will also create jobs in many ways. It will boost efficiencies in some industries, but at the same time, we all know that some jobs are some categories of jobs are in danger. That's for sure. But for the moment, it's very hard to predict exactly the magnitude of this of the impact of AI, and it's been the case in in the history of innovation. You've always seen that in the past, concern and at the same time optimism on innovation. So it's clearly a challenge for the education systems. We need to. In any countries, we will need to adapt the education system, and to also make sure that the workers all along their lives are trained to new technologies. This is a difficult challenge, but it's also fascinating and stimulating.
Indeed. And Vidushi Mardap, the bigger issue of job losses, apprehension of job losses due to artificial intelligence, the issue of upskilling and reskilling, fair and equitable access to artificial intelligence. How is the world moving forward on that, and especially for Global South?
I think the needs of different countries vary differently when it comes to this particular AI moment and beyond. Talent and ensuring that talent is on the same page as AI development, and ensuring that everyone is well placed to benefit from this current moment is a priority for all countries, and maybe a bigger priority for some as opposed to others. And I think the main achievement of this moment is to ground our understanding of AI and its future in ground realities and on what local communities need. So I think collaboratively thinking about what specific countries need and working from there onwards, instead of thinking about what technology can offer and trying to fit countries into that conversation, is absolutely necessary. And we look well placed to do it at the moment.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Nicholas Barr, what were the big ideas on the table that were discussed and that can be taken forward now?
There have been lots of discussions. Parts of the discussions are around data protection, cyber attacks, and this is, of course, a big concern. And we know that on data protection, different countries don't share the same views. Of course, China is on one side of the world, but also in the US, you don't have probably the same views as in Europe or in India. There are also many talks about how to regulate AI. What's the good level of regulation compared to the needs of innovation and things like that. And on this also, you heard what the US Vice President said. Essentially, he was saying, well, don't regulate. We need to boost innovation, and then we'll see what happens. Of course, that's not exactly the way Europeans and probably Indians see that. We need to have a legal framework. We need to have a democratized access to AI resources. We need to guarantee that everyone can access to this technology in a fairly manner, as the Prime Minister said. And so there's a whole discussion on these issues that is sometimes difficult, to be honest.
True. And Vidushi Marda, there were concerns raised about, as Nicholas Barr was pointing out, cybersecurity, disinformation. The Prime Minister spoke of deep fakes. How does one guard against that in an open society like India and the threat especially posed by deep fakes?
We need shared understanding of the technical, but also the social realities of how these systems are built, how they are spread, how they gain credibility, and how they can be stopped. I think, so far it's been within the domain of, say, only the technologists to understand what to do about deepfakes. And, we saw different attempts to maybe block the possibility. But as we've learned, it's not really possible to stop the development of technology in the open domain, but we can be more responsible on platforms. We can be more careful about how we think about the health of our news ecosystem and build in, an interdisciplinary fashion. And that's why we need a room that is filled with the best minds, not just from industry and not just from government, but also civil society and from the technical community.
And what is the governance architecture that we are talking about, that we are looking at, that we are trying to arrive at, Nicholas Barr? Rules that would apply not just in one part of the world, but would be applicable across the world, since cyberspace makes this entire world into one village. Nicholas Barr, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
The governance architecture.
Well, there's a legal framework that was put in place in Europe. So in that sense, probably this continent is a bit in advance compared to others. So we have some regulations in place, and you've seen how the big tech, the US big tech, have been quite unhappy with that. We're under pressure from the US to change this legislation. It's not going to happen, but it's so we have this framework here, but it's another issue to extend that to other parts of the world.
And Vidushi Marda, is it easy to take that across the world? Because everywhere there are different yardsticks. So what is that common governance system or architecture, an overarching architecture that can be put in place or is being put in place?
We have a combination of existing standards that are already in place and a number of things that we need to put in place in order to get to where we want. So in terms of what is already existing, we have international human rights standards that are agreed upon. We have technical standards that many technical standardization organizations have worked on for a long time to ensure that we're all operating at the same level and with the same requirements. Domestic regulations and legislations, much like the EU and in India, they need to be put in place as a starting point, and then thinking about harmonizing them along with global standards and ensuring that we're at the best common denominator is absolutely crucial. I think many times we talk about fragmentation of regulation as something that stops us from making progress and getting to global standards. But in my view, it's actually quite possible to build from the local and build on the strengths from each of local jurisdictions to work with international standards that are already existing and then identify the ones that need to be put in place.
Because the Prime Minister spoke of AI and its transformative role, for example, in healthcare or education or agriculture, and also towards, achieving the SDG goals. Where is India, Vidushi Marda, in your view, compared to the world when it comes to harnessing the power of artificial intelligence?
India's approach to AI systems through the India AI mission and others shows a willingness to build and also shows a willingness to know where accountability needs to be and how we need to think about privacy and safety as we build these systems. So there's definitely encouraging progress in India about, how do we manage risks, but also ensure that we reap the benefits. And I think a global stage such as the one in Paris is particularly encouraging because the dialogue starts not from, a blank slate, but from everyone's realities.
Oh, absolutely. And Nicholas Barr, before I thank the both of you, I want to understand from you your impressions of the West on one side, Europe and India at one level, and China on the other side. Where is the meeting point when it comes to the global framework, global governance framework?
Well, we are in a geopolitical moment that is really interesting because on one side you have the US, where the new administration is kind of protectionist, to say the least, and on the other side you have China, where we all know the regime and all the control that and censorship that is in place in this country. So we are in the middle of in between those two big countries, and this geopolitical moment is interesting because we have lots of the dialogue between Europe and India is probably more fruitful than it would be in another context. I mean, it's in this moment we've seen that with what Prime Minister said today.
Yes.
As I said in the beginning, there's a common dialogue, there's a common point of views that are obvious between the two, between Europe and India, and France in particular, and India, I would say.
Okay. For joining me here on this India Today special broadcast, Nicholas Mar and Vidushi Marda, many thanks. So the conference now moves to India. India has offered to host it next time, and we will continue to track developments on this front very closely. I also want to bring into this conversation my colleague Shiv Arur, who's been tracking the AI Action Summit in France. Shiv, the Prime Minister, when he spoke of the importance, the transformative role of artificial intelligence, and he cautioned that we need to beware when it comes to deep fakes, misinformation. Artificial intelligence is actually reshaping the future, Shiv.
Gaurav, Prime Minister Modi's presence, at this AI summit in Paris is hugely important, especially in view of what's been happening over the last few weeks and months. The AI battle for dominance in the world is currently largely seen as a fight between a bipolar fight between the United States and China. And India has been trying to find its place. India has enormous requirements for AI, for automation, across different kinds of government, and other functions. It's going to become, a part of everyone's life. Right now people are just dipping their toes into the world of AI. But I'm told that in 6 months from now, an AI tsunami is going to hit where, the world is going to be very different from what it is even now. And therefore the Prime Minister, leading the charge at this AI summit, meeting with the biggest stakeholders in this very exciting new world means that there is an effort being made for India to have a real and credible place there, not just as a market, as Sam Altman of OpenAI, somewhat dismissively said, a few days ago when he was in India and when he met the Indian IT minister, but as an innovator, a country that actually creates models, creates innovations, that become global utilities like ChatGPT and DeepSeek really are. And those are only small examples. So I think whether it is, meeting with people like Satya Nadella, whose Microsoft is investing hugely in India, to Sam Altman, to Elon Musk when the Prime Minister goes to the United States in a couple of days. All of this is going to have a huge bearing. Believe me, in just months from now, the world is going to change, and hopefully India will be in a really, really good position to take advantage of that.
Well, this is the biggest transformation, and the Prime Minister has also referred to it. But Shiv, since you mentioned his visit to the United States of America, his meeting with Donald Trump and India-US partnership, there are challenges, but there are great opportunities ahead, Shiv.
This is an enormously anticipated visit to the United States, more important than any one before. And I can imagine, Gaurav, all of India's diplomatic machinery working overtime to ensure that this is going to be a smooth visit. Prime Minister Modi has expressed his warmth for his dear friend Trump. Trump, right before the elections, which he won so handsomely, has expressed his admiration and his affection for his dear friend Narendra Modi. So, the body language, the bonhomie, all of those things are there. But there is, there's hard politics and real business to discuss. Trump already made it very clear, in his opening conversation with Modi, that not only is he going to place a great deal of primacy on weapon sales to India, but also the tariff war, the terrifying tariff issue, that continues to be a friction point between India and the United States. How Modi manages to navigate this first conversation will set the template for what the rest of this relationship is going to look like. There's a great deal of continuity. The two leaders get along very, very well. They're both enormously popular in their own countries, but there are issues here that will need careful handling, that go beyond just the fact that they are so compatible as two human beings. I see weapon sales on the table. I have a feeling that Trump is going to push the sale of armored vehicles like the Stryker, possibly transport and reconnaissance aircraft. He may, pull something out of his hat and maybe even offer, different kinds of fighter aircraft, or, use that as currency for India to maybe manage to sidestep certain, tariff measures. All of these things should be seen as being on the table when it comes to someone as whimsical and unpredictable as President Donald Trump. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it works out. There's word that Prime Minister Modi may meet Elon Musk as well. It won't be his first meeting, of course, but given Elon Musk's new role, his new profile, that's going to be very, very interesting to see as well, because there are, of course, all those larger questions over Elon Musk trying to enter the Indian market with all his many companies. So we'll be looking at, all of those angles as well, Gaurav.
Shiv, keep tracking that story. I will come to you and Geeta Mohan for more on this. They're both very tough negotiators. But somewhere down the line, do we know when to close the deal and when to both India and the United States of America to move forward, not just in mutual interest, but for the larger good? So Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now is in Paris. He's just chaired the AI Action Summit. There's a very important bilateral leg to this visit. He'll be flying to Marseille, where there's an Indian consulate that's being inaugurated. And that also shows how people-to-people contact between India and France, very, very strong. Two extremely strong strategic partners over several decades, India and France. And then Prime Minister Narendra Modi flies to Washington, D.C. to meet the new US President Donald Trump, the first meeting after Trump's re-election. But then there are tough negotiations ahead when it comes to the tariff war, India's exports to the United States of America, and US wanting India to buy several big-ticket items from there. Geeta Mohan with more in this report.
Fresh off his party's victory in New Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is riding high on Brand India as he attends the Global AI Action Summit in Paris. As co-chair of the conference, India is playing a key role in shaping the future of AI. However, the next leg of his 5-day overseas trip could be a little more challenging.
Today, I'm simplifying our tariffs on steel and aluminum so that everyone can understand exactly what it means. It's 25% without exceptions or exemptions, and that's all countries, no matter where it comes from.
India has largely been unaffected by first rounds of Trump tariffs. Even the latest set of tariffs does not impact India as badly as it does Canada, China, and Mexico. The three biggest trading partners of the US have borne the brunt of increased import duties and new tariffs on steel and aluminium products. However, India may soon find itself in the spotlight, with the Trump administration planning tit-for-tat tariffs later this week. The move aims to match tariffs imposed by foreign nations on US goods.
It's time to be reciprocal. So you'll be hearing that word a lot, reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. If they're at 25, we're at 25. If they're at 10, we're at 10. And if they're much higher than 25, that's where we are too. So that's having to do with everything. That's not just steel and aluminum. But we'll be discussing that over the next couple of weeks. But we will be looking at chips, and we will be looking at cars, and we're going to be looking at pharmaceuticals, and there'll be a couple of other things also in addition.
Budget 2025 proposes a cut in import duties, but for now, India imposes some of the highest tariffs on US goods, a factor that could trigger increased tariffs on Indian exports to the US. According to the World Trade Organization, the US trade weighted average tariff rate is about 2.2%, compared to 12% for India, 6.7% for Brazil, 5.1% for Vietnam, and 2.7% for EU. Reports suggest India could face a tariff hike of 4 to 6% if the US goes ahead with its reciprocal duties plan, potentially disrupting the government's ambitious export growth plans and setting the stage for tough negotiations between the Indian and US delegations during PM Modi's Washington, D.C. visit. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
We'll be tracking that visit very closely. A quick break coming up on the other side. Trouble mounts for YouTuber, the beer biceps guy. The parliamentary IT panel may summon him for his crass remarks and more. Details coming up.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Ho ja rangila re with Motorola's incredible range of smartphones.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. Ranveer Allahabadia's case sparks debate in Parliament. Shiv Sena MP calls for new law to regulate OTT platforms. Manipur CM search intensifies after N. Biren Singh's resignation. 5 potential candidates, including Speaker, in the fray. Supreme Court rules on online gaming, allows state governments to impose tax on lottery, rejects centre's application.
सरकार को वो सब इंतजाम करने चाहिए थे जो आज परेशानी तकलीफ जनता को दे रही है। और आपने सबने सुना है, कोई चीज़ ऐसी नहीं है आज के समय पर मैं कुछ कहूँ और दूसरे कुछ और निकाल लें। उसका मतलब मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि 100 करोड़ लोगों का हमने इंतजाम किया है, 40 करोड़ लोग आ रहे हैं और आज के दिन भी अगर हम देखते हैं पीछे मुड़ करके, आज एक अखबार ने कोट किया है कि 300 किलोमीटर की लंबी लाइन और जाम लगा हुआ है। लोग गाड़ियों में हैं, बसों में हैं, अपने साधन से आए हैं। जो लोग स्नान करने जाना चाहते हैं त्रिवेणी पे, वो पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं। व्यवस्थाएं जो बनानी चाहिए थे, वो व्यवस्थाएं इस सरकार ने बिगाड़ दी हैं। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद बिगाड़ी हैं, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री जी खुद इंजीनियर बन जाते हैं, खुद पुलिस बन जाते हैं, खुद डॉक्टर बन जाते हैं, खुद ट्रैफिक ऑफिसर बन जाते हैं। जब अधिकारियों को, जिम्मेदार अधिकारियों को मौका नहीं देंगे तो यही परिस्थितियां पैदा होंगी।
भाई साहब, ये सारे अपने पॉडकास्ट के रिजेक्टेड क्वेश्चंस हैं।
Ranveer Elabadia, who goes by the name Beer Biceps on social media, and Samir Raina, comedian and organizer of India's Got Latent, have landed in a soup. In an episode of the widely famous comedy show, Ranveer made a vulgar sex with parents joke. It was met with laughter and applause, not just from the fellow creators and judges, but also from the audience. Beer Biceps' joke triggered widespread outrage, drawing the ire of even the Maharashtra Chief Minister.
बहुत तरीके से चीजों को कहा गया है, प्रेजेंट किया गया है, ऐसा मुझे भी पता चला है, जो बिल्कुल गलत है। फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच सभी को है, लेकिन हमारी फ्रीडम वहाँ समाप्त हो जाती है जब हम किसी और के फ्रीडम पर इंक्रोच करते हैं, और इस प्रकार का इंक्रोचमेंट ठीक नहीं है।
Netas and netizens are demanding action against the popular YouTubers.
स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी हो या कुछ हो, एक हद तक ठीक लगता है, इतने गंदे मजाक ठीक नहीं लगते। मैंने अभी वो NCW चेयरपर्सन को वो वीडियो फॉरवर्ड किया है कि उस पर एक्शन लिया जाए।
हमारे देश की संस्कृति को कोई भी खराब करना चाहे, कितना भी बड़ा आदमी हो, उसको माफ नहीं किया जाता, एकदम क्लियर है।
3 complaints have been filed against the content creators and India's Got Latent organizers for using foul and abusive language. The Mumbai police soon reached Samir Raina's Latent studio in car for a probe. With the heat mounting, Ranveer Elabadia issued an apology, claiming comedy is not his forte and that he would never disrespect family.
My comment wasn't just inappropriate, it wasn't even funny. Comedy is not my forte. I'm just here to say sorry. Many of you asked if this is how I wish to use my platform, and obviously this is not how I wish to use it. I'm not going to give any context or justification or reasoning behind whatever happened. I'm just here for an apology.
This isn't the first time a YouTube show stirred controversy. Will this fresh storm trigger regulation of OTT content? Bureau Report, India Today.
मैं ना यार एक पॉडकास्ट में जाने वाला था अभी, जो बियर बाइसेप्स, एंड वी कैंसल दैट। क्यों? क्योंकि आपको पता है कि वो कैसी पैथेटिक थिंकिंग है और कैसे शब्द यूज करे गए हैं समय रैना के शो पे. आई थिंक नहीं यार, मतलब ये हमारा इंडियन कल्चर नहीं है. ये कॉमेडी है. दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल कॉमेडी. ये स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी है ही नहीं है. और ये रणवीर अलाहाबादिया, आप सनातन धर्म को प्रमोट करते हो, स्पिरिचुअलिटी की बात करते हो. इतने बड़े बड़े लोग आपके पॉडकास्ट पे आते हैं, इतने बड़े बड़े संत आते हैं आपके पॉडकास्ट पे, और आपकी इतनी घटिया सोच है.
Trouble mounts for YouTuber and podcaster Ranveer Alavadiya over his remarks on a roast show, India's Got Talent. Now, while the 31-year-old, he's apologized for his crass comments, the controversy is only snowballing into a bigger one. Take a look.
Trouble mounts for YouTuber Ranveer Alavadiya and comedian Samay Raina. The episode of India's Got Talent in which Ranveer Alavadiya, aka Beer Biceps, made an obscene joke has been removed from YouTube after a government directive. A team of Mumbai police also visited the residence of YouTuber Ranveer on Tuesday. Multiple FIRs have been filed against the 31-year-old influencer in Assam's Guwahati and Maharashtra's Mumbai. A case has also been filed against other panelists on the show, including Samay Raina and Apurva Mukhija, known as the Rebel Kid on social media.
Many times you find that it is not a pure humorous comedy, but it is very vulgar and very distasteful. I think they have crossed all limits, and this cannot be tolerated. Such people need to be punished, or at least they should understand that in what way they are influencing the youngsters and corrupting young minds.
The issue echoed in Parliament as well.
OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पर कोई भी सेंसर नहीं है, उनको दिशा नहीं है, उनके कंटेंट पे कुछ भी दिशा नहीं है, कुछ भी पॉलिटिकल के बारे में कुछ भी अनाप शनाप बातें करने की ये जो रिवाज चालू है, इसके ऊपर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने ध्यान देना चाहिए और सेंसर लगाना चाहिए.
Parliamentary panel on IT could summon Ranveer after many MPs objected to the controversial clip.
I'm going to take this up with the committee, and I would want that there should be stricter guidelines and stricter punishment measures for such disparaging remarks that are used so loosely, especially when such impressionable minds, young minds follow such YouTubers.
The National Commission for Women has taken cognizance of the controversial comments.
हमने IT मिनिस्टर को कल ही लिखा है कि ऐसे जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स है, इस प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए कुछ नियमावली और अच्छे तरीके से होनी चाहिए और ऐसे नियमावली के माध्यम से ही उनको कंट्रोल करना बहुत जरूरी है.
Social media sensation Urfi Javed has defended Ranveer and Samay Raina. Actor Rakhi Sawant urged everyone to forgive Ranveer for his comments. Singer B. Prak, on the other hand, slammed Ranveer Alavadiya, calling his remark pathetic.
ये कॉमेडी है. This is not at all comedy. ये स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी है ही नहीं है. और ये रणवीर अलाहाबादिया, आप सनातन धर्म को प्रमोट करते हो, स्पिरिचुअलिटी की बात करते हो, इतने बड़े बड़े लोग आपके पॉडकास्ट पे आते हैं, इतने बड़े बड़े संत आते हैं आपके पॉडकास्ट पे, और आपकी इतनी घटिया सोच है.
The row over Ranveer Allahabadia's controversial joke is likely to blow up further, with political leaders demanding action against him and others who appeared in the show. Bureau Report, India Today.
I have actor Sanjana Galrani joining me on the broadcast. And Sanjana Galrani, what's your take on this? Crass comments? Is this an overreaction, the way our political leaders are reacting, the way civil society is reacting? Or is it time to bring in some maryada, some restrictions?
So, देखिए, I'm a very broad-minded person, very well-educated. I endorse comedy. I endorse dark comedy. चलो एक हद तक तो in some movies you have some vulgar jokes which you just laugh off and you forget it in the theater and you come back home. That is also fine. Let's even consider, like, there are songs like Beedi Jalaile Jigar Se Piya. It is vulgar. But at the end of the day, you see it in the theater, you forget it and you come back. But this particular person has crossed all the limits of grossness, disgustingness, patheticness, or I don't know which other word to find. How can you talk about your parents' intimate life? And how can you talk about a threesome with your parents? This is like disgusting, and this is definitely not comedy. This is a very well-planned controversy. The very fact that you and I are sitting and talking about it in India today, I didn't even know that there's a show called India's Got Latent. This is the first time in my life I'm getting to know there's a show called India's Got Latent, which is a replica of some Hollywood show, some Hollywood format. And let me tell you, I'm not a very big fan of social media influencers. So I knew this gentleman as Beer Biceps. I have nothing personal against him. I don't even know who he is. But because of this controversy, now I know him as Ranveer Allahabadia. मुझे इनका नाम तक नहीं पता है. So इन्होंने जो
what should happen? Should there be action? Should there be legal action, penal action, or just a reprimand, a rap on the knuckles is enough?
What happens is now Ranveer Allahabadia has done something like this and it has really disgusted everyone and he has hit the national, international headlines. So now another influencer should not think. Everything is about views today. Everything is about how many million views you have reached, and that's all matters, irrespective of some people are removing their clothes or they're stripping or they're doing anything nasty. लोग आज कुछ भी किसी भी हद तक गिर रहे हैं just for the sake of views. And this is one such situation. This is one such show where people are talking gross so that India's Got Latent becomes really, really viral. People who don't see India's Got Latent also go and see, ये है क्या, देखो और भी episodes और कितनी गंदगी है इसमें. Let's go and explore it, kind of a thing. Let's go and explore the dirt and get influence.
Time for regulations,
so
you
this
say.
Should not
time to bring in some
forgiving.
regulations.
This should not be forgiven very easily. Of course, he has apologized. I have a heart as a human. I want him to be forgiven. But at the same time, you should set a small example, at least by abiding him legally with some kind of a penalization or penalty where, it should be like, yaar, aise baat mat karo. Otherwise, you will really have to be legally answerable. I'm not telling you go hang him. I'm not being very eccentric and telling you go shoot him, kill him, because it's not that kind of a crime. No, but at the same time, he definitely should be penalized. Otherwise, other influencers in the road, they'll be like, let us plan our controversy now to make national headlines. May it be a good
That's a very interesting take, that all of this is being done. The intention is to make headlines and get more views. So should there be legal action? Should there be punitive action? We'll be tracking that story very closely. Sanjana Galrani for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. A quick break. Akshita Nandagopal comes up next with 6 p.m. Prime. Stay with us.
जो इस बैठक में शामिल थे, क्या कुछ रहा बैठक में? केजरीवाल जी ने क्या कुछ कहा आपसे?
वो पंजाब के 2027 में आने वाले चुनाव में मजबूती से लड़ने के लिए और दिल्ली के अंदर जो काम किया पंजाब के लोगों ने, उनका धन्यवाद किया। और
94 में से कितने लोग मौजूद थे मीटिंग में? कितने?
सभी फुल थे, कोई एक भी मिस नहीं था।
सब आ गए थे?
सब मंत्री।
तो कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जो टूटकर बीजेपी या कांग्रेस में जाने के तैयार?
एक में नहीं जाएगा, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस देखती रहेगी। ये आम आदमी पार्टी है। ये
प्रताप बाजवा के भाई जब फतेहजंग बाजवा कांग्रेस छोड़ के बीजेपी में जा रहे थे, तब वो तो उनके टच में थे नहीं। उनको बोलो जो 12-14 हैं आपके पास, उनको संभाल लो, हमारे वालों का ख्याल छोड़े। ऐसी डे ड्रीमिंग करना और फूल्स पैराडाइज में रहना बाजवा साहब जैसे सीनियर लीडर को शोभा नहीं देता।
बाजवा कौन है? बाजवे का की है पंजाब च? की समझदा बाजवा अपने आप नूं? दिल्लियों की लैके गए ने कांग्रेस वाले ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ? ਕੀ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ? ਸ਼ਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ? ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ? ਕੋਈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅਸਰ ਨਹੀਂ। 94 ਐਮਐਲਏ ਆ, ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੋਈ ਨਾਰਾਜ਼ਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਦੀ। ਐਮਐਲਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੁੱਠ ਨੇ। ਅਰਵਿੰਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦਾ ਸੁਪਰੀਮੋ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਿਪਾਹੀ ਨੇ।
एक अस्थायी शहर में 45 करोड़ श्रद्धालु आकर के डुबकी लगा करके चला जाए तो इससे बड़ी बात और क्या हो सकती है। लेकिन जिनको नकारात्मकता फैलानी है, और नकारात्मकता फैलाने वाले कौन लोग हैं? ये नकारात्मकता फैलाने वाले वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने जीवन भर बीवीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया है, सरकार की बीवीआईपी सुविधाओं का उपभोग किया है। और किया ही नहीं, आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए भी एक रास्ता खोलने का प्रयास किया था उन्होंने कि वे तो ले ही ले, लेकिन उनकी आने वाली पीढ़ी भी इस सुविधा का उपभोग करे जैसे देश उनका बपोती हो। ये वही लोग हैं जो नकारात्मक पैदा करके भारत और सनातन धर्म के विरोध में अपने आप को सदैव खड़ा कर सदैव उसके खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार करने में मशगूल रहते हैं।
अधिकारियों को चाहिए कि योगी की फटकार लगाएं, जो दुनिया भर में फर्जी प्रचार करके अरबों रुपया खर्च किया इसमें कुंभ के लिए। आदमी अपने आप आता था हमेशा, कोई चिट्ठी पत्री नहीं जाती थी। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि ऐसा तमाशा बना दिया गया कि महाकुंभ, अमृत स्नान, कहीं इनका कहीं चर्चा नहीं, कहीं किसी ग्रंथ में नहीं, किसी धर्म ग्रंथ में इनका नाम नहीं।
जाने से पहले दो सवाल बैठक हुई है, क्या क्या बातचीत रही, किन किन चीजों पर चर्चा हुई?
देखिए, एक चीज मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये जो बहुत नेगेटिव सा सारे बाहर हम लोग देख रहे हैं, अंदर का माहौल ये है कि हम लोग सारे बहुत हाई स्पिरिट्स में हैं। पार्टी चढ़ती कला च है, वॉलंटियर चढ़ती कला च है, एमएलए चढ़ती कला च है, और कुछ खास नहीं है, लेकिन एक सलाह मशवरा होता है कि क्योंकि हमेशा से अरविंद जी एक ही बात पे अड़े रहे हैं कि काम की राजनीति। उन्होंने आज भी हमें यही बोला है कि जाके अपनी अपनी विधानसभा में लोगों के बीच में चले जाओ और बस काम करवाओ लोगों।
रंधावा साहब, क्या आपको लगता है कि पंजाब में सरकार चल पाएगी अब, या मिड टर्म पोल होगा?
मेरी बात सुने, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर 5-5 महीने अपनी कैबिनेट नहीं कर सकता, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर पंजाब में हैंड ग्रेनेड अटैक्स हो रहे हैं, और वो जो हैंड ग्रेनेड हैं वो सभी फॉरेन मेड हैं, एक भी देसी नहीं है, वो बाहर की कंट्री के हैं। तो उनके ऊपर एक बार पंजाब के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं की, अभी जब मीटिंग इनकी हुई, पुलिस की हुई, उसके बाद कोई ऐसा असर नहीं पड़ा। आप जब जाएंगे, मैं आप प्रेस वालों को कहता हूँ कि आप कभी वहाँ जाकर दिल्ली की जो नेशनल प्रेस है वो जाकर वहाँ।
Powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. Co-powered by Niva Bupa Health Insurance. LIC, जिंदगी के साथ भी, जिंदगी के बाद भी।
Crisis in Punjab up after Delhi debacle. Bhagwant Mann gets the shivers. Kejriwal chairs crisis huddle. Congress mocks AAP meet. Punjab Chief Minister rejects Mann is AAP's Shinde claim.
प्रताप बाजवा पिछले 2.5 साल से यही कह रहे हैं, तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं। उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं।
Can Kejriwal keep AAP united? Top focus at 6 p.m. prime with Akshita Nandagopal.
Good evening, you're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and we're going to be getting you all the updates coming in on the Punjab meeting that took place in the national capital. This was all of the AAP MLAs coming together to meet with Arvind Kejriwal just days after that mandate against Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. There's endless speculation on whether there's trouble in paradise for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab too. Is Punjab up after Delhi for the Aam Aadmi Party? We'll be getting you details of what really took place at that meeting and how the Congress and BJP are in fact lashing out at the Aam Aadmi Party, particularly Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, saying he looks jittery in the huddle that took place with Arvind Kejriwal. We'll get you those reactions. Let's begin with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi leads AI summit in Paris with President Macron, emphasizes on need to battle misinformation and deepfakes and hails India's AI progress.
India is ready to share its experience and expertise to ensure that AI future is for good and for all.
AAP huddle after Delhi rout. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann meets Arvind Kejriwal, rejects Congress's Exodus claim. BJP repeats plot to replace Mann claim. Amid Delhi Chief Minister picks suspense, 10 BJP MLAs meet with BJP Chief JP Nadda. BJP yet to finalize date for Legislative Party meet. Trouble mounts for YouTuber Beer Biceps Parliamentary IT panel may summon Ranveer Alabadia. Cops summon panelists. YouTube takes down sex with parents joke video on government order. Mob runs riot in Karnataka's Mysuru. Derogatory post sparks massive clashes as police vehicle is stoned. Accused taken into custody. And in a big relief to Adani, Donald Trump halts US enforcement of law banning overseas bribes. US President says Biden administration's law was a disaster that hurts business ties. AAP's loss in Delhi has led to ripple effects for its government in Punjab. How? Well, it started with the Punjab Congress claiming that up to 30 AAP MLAs are in contact with them and looking to shift over to the Congress. And soon after that came news of a huddle taking place in the national capital. And you had Arvind Kejriwal chairing this meeting with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and all of the Punjab AAP MLAs coming together. Now, the Congress and BJP have said that this was a huddle for dealing with the crisis of MLAs dumping the party. But the Aam Aadmi Party has said that's not true. They came together to discuss what is the Punjab AAP strategy for elections. That's not happening anytime now, by the way. It's happening in 2027.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and 93 of his MLAs made a beeline for Kapurthala House in Delhi for a meeting with AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal. The key huddle came 3 days after AAP's Delhi loss. And amid massive buzz that the Punjab government is on shaky ground, with the Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa declaring on India Today that over 30 AAP MLAs are ready to switch sides.
प्रताप बाजवा पिछले 3.25 साल से यही कह रहे हैं, तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं. उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं. तीसरी बार उनके यहाँ कल्चर है इधर जाने का, कभी उधर आने का, कभी वापस आने का. मतलब एक उनका नेता है वो ढोल बजा रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी हार गई, तो नीचे कमेंट आ रहे थे कि भाई साहब ये जीरो पे ढोल बजा रहे हो जी, कि आपकी जीरो आई है तीसरी बार. तो अपना फिक्र नहीं करते, दूसरों में नुक्स निकालते रहते.
Despite the entire Punjab government leadership being called to Delhi, the meeting lasted only 23 minutes. Sources tell India Today that Arvind Kejriwal told the Punjab MLAs that they must concentrate on 2027 polls and reiterated the AAP leadership was strong. The Punjab Chief Minister also told his MLAs that their aim should be to develop Punjab as a model state.
इतनी जल्दी उनको मीटिंग बुलाना तो मेरा ख्याल है कि वो जल्दी टूट जाएंगे. जब पार्टी हारती है मंथन तो होता है, वहाँ की स्टेट का होता है, दूसरी स्टेट का नहीं होता. तो उन्होंने ये देख लिया कि कहीं दिल्ली में जो हुआ है वो पंजाब में ना हो जाए.
They are worried that what happened in Delhi may be repeated in Punjab.
देखो दर्द बहुत गहरा था, चोट बहुत बड़ी थी और उसे मलहम लगाने के लिए 96 लोग यहाँ चल के आए. वो मलहम आज सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी की लगाई है और बाकी दूसरा ऑपरेशन तो जो है अभी शुरू होगा.
The BJP and the Congress both continue to claim that time is running out for the Bhagwant Mann government.
को मौका मिलेगा तो जरूर बनाएंगे.
अच्छा, एक आखिरी प्रश्न, कितने ऐसे विधायक हैं जो आपको लगता है कि वो कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाने की इच्छुक होंगे?
लीडरशिप जिन्होंने बयान दिया वो कह रहे 30-35 विधायक हैं जो उनके साथ कांटेक्ट में हैं.
हारे दिल्ली में है बैठक पंजाब के एमएलओ की. क्यों? क्योंकि सपना देख रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री बनने का. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सत्ता के बिना रह नहीं सकते. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी गलतफहमी मत रहना. अब वो ये साबित करने पे लगे हैं कि भगवंत मान नालायक हैं, करप्ट हैं, उन्होंने करप्शन नहीं रोकी, उन्होंने नशा नहीं रोका. ये सच है, लेकिन भगवंत मान को हटाकर अरविंद केजरीवाल बन जाएं, ये सच कभी हो नहीं सकता और ये कभी होने वाला नहीं है. इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ऐसे सपने देखने बंद कर दो.
The Punjab political pot boiler continues to simmer. With Piyush Mishra and Ashutosh Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's bring in our reporters on this broadcast. We've got Kamaljeet Sandhu joining us live from Chandigarh and Amit Bharadwaj, who's been tracking the latest on that meeting that took place in the national capital. Amit, to you first. There's a lot of questions about what really came up in that meeting. Why was this huddle called in the first place? The reason there's so much speculation, Amit, is the timing of it. You've called this meeting just days after the mandate that the Aam Aadmi Party received in Delhi. So that's led to, all of the speculation that AAP is jittery and therefore they're checking and touching base with what's happening in Punjab.
Akshata, this meeting was called precisely because of the timing, Delhi debacle, and now you need to focus on the organization, on strengthening the government where you have, and also the pathway for the elections that are coming up. What has happened with this particular meeting at Kapurthala House is that 3 agendas has been served. Number one, as there were a lot of speculations, claims being made by several leaders of Punjab, including Pratap Singh Bajwa, that X number of MLAs are ready to break away from Aam Aadmi Party. You had all these MLAs, and the Punjab cabinet and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann at Kapurthala House, and the AAP MPs from Punjab who had worked during the Delhi election, they were also there. So that message has been sent across. In politics, sometimes you don't really need to speak. It's the body language, it's the action which speaks louder than words, and that has been done. Number two purpose, obviously many of these cabinet ministers, MLAs and MPs were working in Delhi campaign. Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia wanted to extend their gratitude to these leaders. That has been done. Moreover, now that you don't have Delhi model to sell across the country, because so far what was happening was whichever state Arvind Kejriwal went to for campaigning, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Goa, he used to sell the Delhi model of politics. So that is gone. Now you have to develop Punjab as your model state, and that message has been given very clearly to Punjab Chief Minister, the cabinets and the cabinet of Punjab as well as the MLAs. Back to you.
Let's bring in Aseem Basi also on this broadcast. Aseem, a lot was talked into about Bhagwant Mann's body language today in that meeting. You know, the BJP and Congress say he looked nervous, he looked jittery, and attributing it to the fact that he's going to be replaced as Chief Minister of Punjab by Arvind Kejriwal, that Kejriwal will step in. How true are these claims? What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, as far as mathematically the numbers are concerned in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is a very comfortable position because we have total house of 117, out of which 94 are with the Aam Aadmi Party, and opposition is just Congress is in double digits. But as far as change of guard is concerned, I don't think so it's going to happen very soon, but definitely it's a huge moral shocker for them, because they always relied on the Delhi model, they always relied on the schemes of the Delhi. But now when the Delhi model has been rejected by the people of Delhi, so they need something new to sell on Punjab, because they might have given free electricity in Punjab, 600 units. They might have claimed that they have given 50,000 jobs. But there is one big ticket promise, that 1,000 rupees per month to the women. The women of Punjab are still waiting for that. And they went all crisscrossing all the streets in Delhi saying that they will get 2,100 in Delhi. But in Punjab, it's been 3 years since the government has been formed, and they failed to deliver on that front as far as the money to the women is concerned. Moreover, law and order is a big situation where opposition is attacking them. We have seen in the past couple of months that police stations and police chowkis have come under attack, and the grenade attacks have taken place over there. So there's a lot to do for Mann government in Punjab, and they'll have to do.
But is there a possibility, Aseem, is there a possibility of Mann being replaced as Chief Minister?
Well, it seems too early, although opposition, be it the BJP or the Congress, they are attacking him on this. But definitely, Kejriwal must have given them a roadmap for what needs to be done for Punjab. But immediate change, I don't think there's any possibility.
Okay, looks unlikely, essentially, that Bhagwant Mann will be replaced for now. Aseem, Amit, getting us those details, thank you very much. And at this point, of course, this meeting has led to a lot of speculation. But amid this talk of the Congress, the Punjab Congress, Pratap Singh Bajwa, in fact, made that claim that 30 AAP MLAs are in touch with us in Punjab. What does that really mean, numbers-wise, if you break it down really in the Punjab Assembly? As Aseem told you, the Aam Aadmi Party has a comfortable majority. If you look at really the overall numbers and you look at the Aam Aadmi Party, they're at 93. That's a solid number there for AAP. Congress is at 16, way behind. Akali Dal at 3, BJP at 2. So the total number of seats, 117. What does that mean? The majority mark is at, it's at 59. So let's say of the 93, you've got 30 that go over to the Congress. What does that mean? Well, the AAP then reduces their number from 93, goes down to 63. That still means that they're above the majority mark. It means that the AAP government doesn't collapse if 30 MLAs switch over. The Congress needs 43 MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party to actually reach majority. So of 93, 30 does nothing. The Aam Aadmi Party remains solidly in power in Punjab. They need 43 MLAs to switch over, which is a big ask for the Congress from the Aam Aadmi Party to actually be able to really rock the AAP boat in Punjab. So it is going to be a challenge. There's endless buzz, speculation over it. But if you look at the actual numbers, it's going to be very hard really for the Congress or any other party for that matter to really rock the AAP boat because of the sheer numbers that they have in the Punjab Assembly. Okay, let's also get you details of what really transpired in that meeting that took place this morning in Delhi. 8 MLAs skipped the meeting due to personal reasons, and allegedly they all spoke to, in fact, Kejriwal and Maan and informed them that they would not be there for the meeting. So the Aam Aadmi Party reportedly is sure that their flock remains together. Now, sources tell us that Arvind Kejriwal, while speaking to these MLAs, told them to put out the word on the kind of work that the Aam Aadmi Party has done and has readied the blueprint for 2027 for the elections in Punjab, knowing how crucial it is, keeping in mind what's happened now in Delhi. So the Aam Aadmi Party's full focus seems to be now in holding on to Punjab. Like I showed you, they have the numbers right now. Will be very difficult really for any party to ruin their party really in Punjab, to ensure that they don't have the numbers anymore. But having said that, now Kejriwal seems to be setting his eyes on 2027 as well. And here's a reaction coming in from Swati Maliwala, AAP MP, who's again targeted Arvind Kejriwal, saying that AAP MLAs don't want Kejriwal in Punjab and they are miffed at the possibility that Kejriwal could enter into Punjab next with what's happened in the national capital. Now, Swati Maliwal has claimed that Kejriwal's aide, Bibhav Kumar, who is the one she's also accused of assaulting her, is funneling money into Delhi from Punjab. Listen in to what the AAP MP said.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब से दिल्ली में हारे हैं तब से शायद उन्होंने पंजाब की तरफ रुख करने की प्लानिंग करी है, अपनी जो राजनीति है उसको जिंदा रखने के लिए। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने बहुत अर्जेंटली एक पंजाब के सारे एमएलएज की मीटिंग भी बुलाई है, क्योंकि पंजाब के एमएलएज में इस बात को लेकर कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कहीं पंजाब तो नहीं आ रहे, काफ़ी गुस्सा भी है, काफ़ी नाराज़गी भी है और काफ़ी अनरेस्ट भी है।
So even as the spotlight right now is on Bhagwat Mann and his government in Punjab, remember that the Aam Aadmi Party has relied largely on their promises of freebies that's been made in Delhi previously, made now in Punjab as well. The Punjab Chief Minister was actually busy campaigning for the Delhi elections in the last few months and of course making these promises about SOPs for women, doles for women and several other issues. But governance in Punjab on the issue of these promises has been in the spotlight, because at this point there's been no, in fact, freebies that have actually happened. In fact, at this point what we know is that Bhagwat Mann hasn't fulfilled many of these poor promises. The big ticket promise of 1,000 rupees of monthly stipend to women, AAP has failed to deliver. The Punjab government therefore is facing criticism on this particular issue.
वादे बहुत करे थे पर दिया कुछ नहीं हैगा जी। हाँ जी, नहीं जी, बिल्कुल भी नहीं मिला हैगा। हाँ जी, 1000 रुपये दूंगे, ना कोई रोजगार देंदे हैं सानू जी।
पर सोच के तो डालोगे कि 1000 रुपये नहीं दिया तो उस हिसाब से सोचोगे? हाँ
जी, उस हिसाब से सोचेंगे।
उस हिसाब से डालेंगे।
हाँ जी, उस हिसाब से वोट डालेंगे।
2 साल हो गए ने, कोई इंतजार नहीं गा। देंदा तो कोई है नहीं। आग छड़ देने भी की सरकार नु जिन्ना चक्कर जावांगे कोई मिलना नहीं गा। मर गए तो मगरों मिल गया की कमावांगे, कुछ भी नहीं कह सकते।
Okay, so you've got, in fact, a focus right now on what Mann has done to ensure that their poor promises are fulfilled. And there are questions about why he was busy campaigning in Delhi and therefore missing out on cabinet meets in Punjab, which perhaps has also resulted in this. But let's speak, and as we talk really about the fallout of the Delhi verdict in Punjab, across the country also, we've been looking at a clear rift in the India bloc. AAP versus Congress has been playing out rather openly in Delhi. But there are other parties also who are now speaking out, and largely against the Congress. Mamata Banerjee has reiterated that in Bengal, Trinamool Congress will fight the BJP solo. She said there's no question of an alliance with the Congress and that the Congress has no presence in Bengal. She's also, remember, been pushing to be the face of the India bloc. The Trinamool Congress has been holding a sustained campaign on that. On the other hand, the Samajwadi Party has questioned the pre-poll strategy, blaming the planning and said that each party should fight elections in its own style. Now, the Congress, which remember had no seats in Delhi, won no seats in Delhi, blamed a half-baked alliance, as they put it, saying that it merely created confusion among the voters of Delhi.
देखिए, हर चुनाव के बाद समीक्षा अपने ढंग से
अपने तरीके से सब करते हैं। चुनाव से पहले कि ये समीक्षा अगर होती तो आज बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं होती।
पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता जी इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ी है, चाहे विधानसभा हो या लोकसभा हो, उसमें कोई ममता जी ने नई बात नहीं कही है। लेकिन हमारा ये हमेशा मानना है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी देश की बड़ी पार्टी है, अपने जो अलायंस है इंडिया ब्लॉक में है, उनके साथ उनका डायलॉग रहना चाहिए।
तो कांग्रेस को सोचना चाहिए वो किस तरीके से देखती है। इंडिया गठबंधन की कप्तानी कर रही है, जो जहां पर मजबूत है आपको इंडिया गठबंधन का धर्म निभाना चाहिए। अगर आप कप्तान हैं तो जिस जगह पर जो बॉलर फास्ट बॉलिंग करता है, स्पिन करता है या बैटिंग जिस नंबर पे करता है उसको वहां कराया जाएगा ना। आप आकर के खुद ही खलल डाल देंगे और 13 सीटों के ऊपर प्रभाव डालेंगे, जहां 13 सीटों में आपने आम आदमी पार्टी को हरा दिया जो आपके घटक दल का है, आप उस टीम के कप्तान हैं। तो कप्तान ही जब जिस थाली में खा रहा हो उसमें छेद करे तो क्या किया जाए। ये तो वही बात है, रस्सी जल गई बल नहीं गए, ग्राउंड पर कुछ है नहीं। आम आदमी पार्टी 28 के 41 होता अगर 13 सीटों के ऊपर कांग्रेस ने भंगचूर न कर दिया होता तो।
इंडिया गठबंधन को समीक्षा करनी चाहिए कि हार के कारण क्या है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं न कहीं हमारी समझ में कमी रही है। हरियाणा में अगर चुनावी समझौता हो जाता और हरियाणा में कांग्रेस को सीटें आम आदमी पार्टी को दे देती, और फिर दिल्ली में अगर जो चुनाव हुआ है, मुझे लगता है ऐसा था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी का समझौता जरूर हो जाता। अगर आप पूरे चुनाव का विश्लेषण करें तो ये पाएंगे कि अगर कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी का समझौता हो जाता तो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन जाती। कहीं कमी रही है, मैं समझता हूँ हमने जो गलतियां की उसकी समीक्षा होनी चाहिए और भविष्य में इस हादसे की घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति न हो।
देखिए, इसका अंतिम फैसला तो जो हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व है वो करेगा कि आगे हम गठबंधन के साथ किस तरह चलेंगे। जो भी फैसला उनको लेना है वो फैसला लेंगे जो पार्टी के हित में है। मैंने भी अपनी राय दी है, मैंने कहा है कि ये तय करना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को कि हमको गठबंधन के साथ चलना है या अकेले चलना है।
Okay, with those reactions, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk about the big meeting that took place in Tamil Nadu that's got everyone speculating. You had, in fact, Talapati Vijay meeting with Prashant Kishore in Chennai. And we'll tell you what really happened in this meeting. The other side.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ। गले से लगा बिन सोचे
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिया।
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं।
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. Ranveer Allahabadia's case sparks debate in Parliament. Shiv Sena MP calls for new law to regulate OTT platforms. Manipur CM search intensifies after N. Biren Singh's resignation. 5 potential candidates, including Speaker, in the fray. Supreme Court rules on online gaming, allows state governments to impose tax on lottery, rejects centre's application.
सरकार को वो सब इंतजाम करने चाहिए थे जो आज परेशानी तकलीफ जनता को दे रही है। और आपने सबने सुना है, कोई चीज़ ऐसी नहीं है आज के समय पर मैं कुछ कहूँ और दूसरे कुछ और निकाल लें। उसका मतलब मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि 100 करोड़ लोगों का हमने इंतजाम किया है, 40 करोड़ लोग आ रहे हैं। और आज के दिन भी अगर हम देखते हैं पीछे मुड़ करके, आज एक अखबार ने कोट किया है कि 300 किलोमीटर की लंबी लाइन और जाम लगा हुआ है। लोग गाड़ियों में हैं, बसों में हैं, अपने साधन से आए हैं। जो लोग स्नान करने जाना चाहते हैं त्रिवेणी पे, वो पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं। व्यवस्थाएं जो बनानी चाहिए थे वो व्यवस्थाएं इस सरकार ने बिगाड़ दी हैं। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद बिगाड़ी हैं, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री जी खुद इंजीनियर बन जाते हैं, खुद पुलिस बन जाते हैं, खुद डॉक्टर बन जाते हैं, खुद ट्रैफिक ऑफिसर बन जाते हैं। जब अधिकारियों को, जिम्मेदार अधिकारियों को मौका नहीं देंगे तो यही परिस्थितियां पैदा होंगी।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 29 and minimum 13 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 20 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 19 degrees.
Welcome back. Let's get you all the details of what we know about the big meeting that took place in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, between Tamaraga Vetri Karagam chief superstar Ilayya Thalapathy Vijay and poll strategist, or rather former poll strategist, Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore was seen at Vijay's residence in Chennai, sparking speculation on whether he's going to be assisting Vijay as he gears up for, in fact, his political fight in the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections next year. Let's tell you what we know about this meeting.
What's cooking between Prashant Kishore and Thalapathy Vijay? A meeting between the two at the latter's residence in Chennai has got Tamil Nadu talking. Prashant Kishore, who has been a poll strategist but now a politician in Bihar, met with actor-politician Vijay on Monday, sparking speculation that Kishore could be helping the superstar with his political strategy. Kishore also met with Vijay's right-hand man in party affairs in Chennai today, leading to buzz that this could be more than just a courtesy meet.
For the Game of Thrones 2026 Tamil Nadu elections, the pieces have started to roll, and it looks like Tamaraga Vetri Karagam leader Vijay wants to make the initial and powerful strike, for which he could get support from famed political strategist Prashant Kishore, who's been in Chennai for the past 2 days. He has met with Vijay and his senior leaders.
Vijay has become politically active, and in the last few months, there's been more clarity on his political ideology. On his party TVK's first anniversary, for example, Vijay unveiled statues of Periyar and Kamaraj. And then there was his meet with Parandur protesters, who were up in arms against the proposed airport in the area. He has more or less lined his ideology so far to Dravidian parties, but also hasn't shied away from criticizing the DMK. This meeting with Prashant Kishore once again highlights how serious Vijay is about Mission 2026, when the next assembly election in Tamil Nadu is slated to take place.
Both are free to explore the opportunities, what they feel is fit and right. Time only will say whether this opportunity proved right, it gave success. Only time will say.
We have seen many political parties coming and going. Party is a well-developed, well-organized party in every village in Tamil Nadu. Our party functionaries are there, they are working. But these new parties, they have to establish their units in every village.
Prashant Kishore does know a thing or two about Tamil Nadu elections, having worked on the DMK strategy previously in the 2021 Assembly elections, which the DMK swept. This time around, is Kishore going to be a special advisor to Talapati Vijay's political sojourn? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's bring in Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Chennai with more details on this. Pramod, there's just so much curiosity about how really Vijay plans on taking forward TVK's entry into electoral politics in the 2026 elections. And amid that, this meeting with Prashant Kishore has fueled buzz that perhaps Vijay is going to be tutored, advised by Prashant Kishore on how to, go about this electoral entry.
It absolutely is, Akshita. In fact, Vijay has been very serious about entering politics for the past 3 years at least, because he initiated this entry through the local body elections, and very, very strategically they did a very good play, especially in and around Puducherry area. And right now, just like you mentioned, the initial boost was Adhav Arjuna joining the party. He already had a political advisor whose name is John, and now the third one, and a very important aspect, like Prashant Kishore, spending 2 days in Chennai, having nearly multiple hour meeting with Vijay. And right now, through sources we've come to know that Prashant Kishore is cleanly going to monitor the political strategy of Tamaraga Vechi Karagam, and he's also could be a kind of a mentor for Adhav Arjuna. So, even though Prashant Kishore do not want to directly involve in Tamil Nadu elections for TVK, it looks like the route could be through Adhav Arjuna, Akshita.
He's a politician himself. He's no longer a poll strategist, but he seems to be making an exception for Vijay for the TVK. Let's see if that helps Vijay, considering that Prashant Kishore was part of the DMK's successful campaign in 2021. Thanks very much, Pramod, for joining us with those details. Let's now take a look at what played out in Parliament today when you had DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran questioning the simultaneous interpretation of Lok Sabha proceedings into Sanskrit, saying it's a waste of taxpayers' money and linking it to RSS ideology. It prompted a sharp retort from the Lok Sabha Speaker. Take a look.
Sir, the population survey in 2011 said only 73,000 people are supposed to be speaking. Sir, when that's the data, why should the taxpayers' money be wasted because of your RSS ideologies?
अब माननीय सदस्य, आप दुनिया के किस देश में रह रहे हो? ये भारत है और भारत की मूल भाषा संस्कृत रही है, और इसीलिए हमने कहा 22 भाषाओं में, केवल संस्कृत में नहीं कहा। आपको संस्कृत की क्यों आपत्ति हुई? आपको संस्कृत भाषा की क्यों आपत्ति हुई? आपको हिंदी में आपत्ति हो, आपको संस्कृत में भाषा हो। भारत में 22 भाषाएं हैं जो संसद में मान्यता प्राप्त है, और 22 भाषाओं में होगी, संस्कृत में भी होगी और हिंदी में भी होगी।
An interesting retort there from the Lok Sabha Speaker, saying there are 22 languages and that includes Sanskrit and Hindi. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you highlights of the Prime Minister's visit to France. He's the co-chair of the AI Summit, and the Prime Minister made the opening remarks, highlights of which we'll get you in just a bit.
AI is already reshaping our polity, our economy, our security, and even our society. AI is writing the code for humanity. AI
is writing the code for humanity in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed, and being adapted and deployed even faster. There is also a deep interdependence across borders. Therefore, there is a need for collective global efforts to establish governance and standards that uphold our shared values, address risks, and build trust. But governance is not just about managing risks and rivalries. It is also about promoting innovation and deploying it for the global good. So, we must think deeply and discuss openly about innovation and governance. Governance is also about ensuring access to all, especially in the global south. It is where the capabilities are most lacking, be it compute, power, talent, data, or the financial resources.
जो इस बैठक में शामिल थे, क्या कुछ रहा बैठक में? केजरीवाल जी ने क्या कुछ कहा आपसे?
वो पंजाब के 2027 में आने वाले चुनाव में मजबूती से लड़ने के लिए और दिल्ली के अंदर जो काम किया पंजाब के लोगों ने, उनका धन्यवाद किया। और
94 में से कितने लोग मौजूद थे मीटिंग में? कितने?
सभी फुल थे, कोई एक भी मिस नहीं था।
सब आ गए थे?
सब मंत्री।
तो कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जो टूटकर बीजेपी या कांग्रेस में जाने के तैयार?
एक में नहीं जाएगा, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस देखती रहेगी, ये आम आदमी पार्टी है। ये
I, of course, want to thank Prime Minister Modi for being here and for co-hosting the summit, for all of you for participating. And I'm not here this morning to talk about AI safety, which was the title of the conference a couple of years ago. I'm here to talk about AI opportunity. When conferences like this convene to discuss a cutting-edge technology, oftentimes I think our response is to be too self-conscious, too risk-averse. But never have I encountered a breakthrough in tech that so clearly calls us to do precisely the opposite. Now, our administration, the Trump administration, believes that AI will have countless revolutionary applications in economic innovation, job creation, national security, healthcare, free expression, and beyond. And to restrict its development now will not only unfairly benefit incumbents in the space, it would mean paralyzing one of the most promising technologies we have seen in generations.
Prime Minister meets French Macron. Modi-Macron lead AI summit in Paris.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
US hails Prime Minister Modi. Was AI giants in Paris for summit.
So the real promise of having an AI assistant in the context of anything you're doing, and it's going to deeply be embedded in your workflows.
Modi-Macron bonhomie on display. Top Focus at 6:30 p.m. with Akshita Nandagopal.
Let's get your highlights of the Prime Minister's visit to France. And of course, the biggest headline was the AI Action Summit in Paris, for which Prime Minister Modi was the co-chair. So he was also, in fact, giving the introductory opening remarks, where Prime Minister Modi, in fact, along with French President Emmanuel Macron, stressed on what really the AI summit would discuss, would look into, including democratizing AI, the threats of, in fact, digitizing the world, like cybersecurity, which need to be addressed, and also highlighting, very importantly, that machines will never overtake humanity, a message that echoed through, in fact, the rest of the summit, as several leaders hailed that very message. Here's our report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi co-chaired the Global AI Action Summit in Paris with French President Emmanuel Macron. Highlighting both the transformative potential and inherent risk of artificial intelligence, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the pressing need for global cooperation in AI governance.
We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications.
The Indian Prime Minister underscored that AI is progressing at an unprecedented pace, shaping the future of humanity unlike any other technological milestone in history.
Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future.
And India is prepared for this new age intelligence potential.
We have unlocked the power of data through our data empowerment and protection architecture. And we have made digital commerce democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission. That is why, during our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all.
Joined by French President Emmanuel Macron at Grand Palais in Paris, as co-chair for Action Summit global leaders, Prime Minister Modi's proposals were welcomed warmly. US Vice President, while thanking him, established the promise of leading the industry with example.
I appreciate Prime Minister Modi's point. AI, I really believe, will facilitate and make people more productive. The administration will make sure that America has the best trained workforce in the world. Our schools will teach students how to manage, how to supervise, and how to interact with AI-enabled tools as they become more and more a part of our everyday lives. And ask yourself,
the ongoing Global AI Summit is star-studded with the presence of not only global leaders, but also the movers and shakers of tech and AI industry, like Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman, Google DeepMind's Demis Hassabis, and others. Deepfake and the dark world of cybercrime are the biggest concerns threatening the artificial intelligence industry. From CEOs to global leaders, both the stakeholders are united to fight this nemesis.
So we are early on working on technology like SynthID, watermarking technology. We will need standards, and those are areas where governments and private companies can work together to create a standardized way to detect deepfakes.
Thank you. Bureau Report, India Today.
Thank you so much.
Let's get you some of the images that have come in, highlights of Prime Minister Modi's France visit so far. Prime Minister Modi attended the AI Action Summit, in which he was the co-chair along with French President Macron. This was the photo op soon after the summit kicked off with all the other world leaders. Prime Minister Modi also met with US Vice President Vance at the Elysee Palace. Modi congratulated Vance for what he called a great victory. This is their first meet since Vance became Vice President. Listen in.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. So nice to see you. Great victory. Yes. Yes. So much. It's a beautiful place. Thank you for being here. It's great to be here. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So nice to see you. Great victory.
Red carpet was rolled out when Prime Minister Modi touched down in Paris. He received a warm welcome with a special guard of honor and was received by the Minister of the Armed Forces. The Indian diaspora queued up in large numbers outside Prime Minister Modi's hotel in Paris despite the biting cold as Modi chants echoed on the streets. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. I'm leaving you, however, with an image of President Donald Trump. Busy at work, signing now an executive order aimed at encouraging the US government to buy plastic drinking straws, to go back to plastic straws, because he claims paper straws are useless.
It was #1 trending for 3 days or something. We're going back to plastic straws. These things don't work. I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean.
AI is already reshaping our polity, our economy, our security, and even our society. AI is writing the code for humanity. AI is writing the code for humanity in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed, and being adapted and deployed even faster. There is also a deep interdependence across borders. Therefore, there is a need for collective global efforts to establish governance and standards that uphold our shared values, address risks, and build trust. But governance is not just about managing risks and rivalries. It is also about promoting innovation and deploying it for the global good. So, we must think deeply and discuss openly about innovation and governance. Governance is also about ensuring access to all, especially in the global south. It is where the capabilities are most lacking, be it compute, power, talent, data, or the financial resources.
मैं ना यार एक पॉडकास्ट में जाने वाला था अभी, जो बियर बाइसेप्स, एंड वी कैंसल दैट. क्यों? क्योंकि आपको पता है कि वो कैसी पैथेटिक थिंकिंग है और कैसे शब्द यूज करे गए हैं समय रैना के शो पे. आई थिंक नहीं यार, मतलब ये हमारा इंडियन कल्चर नहीं है. ये कॉमेडी है. दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल कॉमेडी. ये स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी है ही नहीं है. और ये रणवीर अलाहाबादिया, आप सनातन धर्म को प्रमोट करते हो, स्पिरिचुअलिटी की बात करते हो, इतने बड़े बड़े लोग आपके पॉडकास्ट पे आते हैं, इतने बड़े बड़े संत आते हैं आपके पॉडकास्ट पे, और आपकी इतनी घटिया सोच है.
प्रताप भाजपा पिछले 2.5 साल से यही कह रहे हैं, तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं. उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं, तीसरी बार. तो मतलब वो तो कहते रहते हैं, पहले भी कहते थे 40 आ रहे हैं, 20 आ रहे हैं. ये इनकी फितरत है, कहने दो. उनके यहाँ कल्चर है इधर जाने का, कभी उधर आने का, कभी वापस आने का. मतलब एक उनका नेता है, वो ढोल बजा रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी हार गई, तो नीचे कमेंट आ रहे थे कि भाई साहब ये जीरो पे ढोल बजा रहे हो कि आपकी जीरो आई है तीसरी बार. तो अपना फिक्र नहीं करते, दूसरों में नुक्स निकालते रहते.
I, of course, want to thank Prime Minister Modi for being here and for co-hosting the summit, for all of you for participating. And I'm not here this morning to talk about AI safety, which was the title of the conference a couple of years ago. I'm here to talk about AI opportunity. When conferences like this convene to discuss a cutting-edge technology, oftentimes I think our response is to be too self-conscious, too risk-averse. But never have I encountered a breakthrough in tech that so clearly calls us to do precisely the opposite. Now, our administration, the Trump administration, believes that AI will have countless revolutionary applications in economic innovation, job creation, national security, healthcare, free expression, and beyond. And to restrict its development now will not only unfairly benefit incumbents in the space, it would mean paralyzing one of the most promising technologies we have seen in generations.
During our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all. Today, India leads in AI adoption and techno-legal solutions on data privacy. We are developing AI applications for public good. We have one of the world's largest AI talent pools. India is building its own large language model considering our diversity. We also have a unique public-private partnership model for pooling resources like compute power. It is made available to our startups and researchers at an affordable cost. And India is ready to
हम देख रहे हैं कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल कर कॉमेडी का नाम लेकर इस तरीके की भाषा, अब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज, द काइंड ऑफ कंटेंट दैट वाज स्पोकन इज एब्सोल्युटली ब्लास्फेमस एंड कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरी यंगर जनरेशन को प्रभावित करता है कि आपकी लैंग्वेज और डिक्शनरी बस वही हो जाएगी कि आप एक दूसरे को गाली गलौज से बात करो, आप इस तरीके की भाषा का इस्तेमाल अपने माता पिता के लिए करो, अपनी बहनों के लिए करो. So where is the I would say where are the boundaries there? So this is what I said. I will raise this in the Standing Committee of IT and IMB. Okay, we need to take action and we need to set guidelines. And we must remind people that constitutionally you have the freedom of speech, but it comes with certain responsibilities.
कॉमेडी के नाम पे जिस प्रकार से अश्लील और भद्दी बातें कॉमेडी शो में पूछी जा रही हैं वो बहुत ही शर्मनाक है और भारतीय संस्कृति के और हमारी भारतीय सभ्यता के बहुत ही खिलाफ है. और मैं मानता हूँ इसकी बयान की सभी भारतवासी सभी निंदा करेंगे. और जिस प्रकार से माता पिता के बारे में इतनी ओछी और भद्दी बातें इस शो में पूछी जा रही है, ये बोलते हुए भी और सुनते हुए भी हर भारतवासी इसको लेकर शर्मनाक हो जाएगा, शर्मसार हो जाएगा. और जैसे उस बयान जैसी वो बातें पूछ रहा है वो बहुत ही गलत है. और मैं मानता हूँ ये कोई हिंदू और भारतीय नहीं, ये सनातनी हो ही नहीं सकता.
Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
Good evening. You're watching 7 at 7 here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal. Let's begin this broadcast with the top 7 headlines we're tracking at 7 p.m. Prime Minister Modi leads the AI summit in Paris with President Macron, emphasizes on need to battle misinformation and deepfakes while hailing India's AI progress.
India is ready to share its experience and expertise to ensure that AI future is for good and for all.
Up crisis huddle after Delhi rout. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann meets Arvind Kejriwal, rejects Congress's exodus claim. Amid Delhi CM suspense, 10 BJP MLAs meet with BJP Chief JP Nada. BJP yet to finalize date for legislative party meet. Trouble mounts for YouTuber Beer Biceps. Parliamentary IT panel may remove Ranveer Alabadia. Cops summon panelists. YouTube takes down sex with parents joke video. Mob runs riot in Karnataka's Mysuru. Derogatory post sparks massive clashes. Police vehicles stoned. Cops fire tear gas. Accused taken into custody. Big relief for Adani. Donald Trump halts US enforcement of law banning overseas bribes. US president says Biden administration's law a disaster that hurts business ties. Deepika Padukone to feature on Pariksha Pe Charcha with her mantra for mental health. A glimpse at Deepika's advice to students as she thanks Prime Minister Modi for the opportunity.
जैसे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उनके किताब एग्जाम वॉरियर्स में भी लिखा है, एक्सप्रेस नेवर सप्रेस. सो ऑलवेज एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्व्स, वेदर इट्स विद योर फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली, पेरेंट्स, टीचर्स. यू नो, जर्नलिंग इज अ ग्रेट वे टू एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्फ.
After AAP's loss in Delhi, tremors are being felt in Bhagwat Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. After Punjab Congress claimed that over 30 AAP MLAs were in touch with them to switch camps, to switch over, Kejriwal held a meet today in Delhi with all Punjab MLAs and Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann in attendance. And soon after that, Chief Minister Mann dismissed all talk of an exodus, saying very clearly that the Congress repeatedly makes these claims, but that there's no truth to it, that AAP remains united in Punjab.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and 93 of his MLAs made a beeline for Kapurthala House in Delhi for a meeting with AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal. The key huddle came 3 days after AAP's Delhi loss, and amid massive buzz that the Punjab government is on shaky ground, with the Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa declaring on India Today that over 30 AAP MLAs are ready to switch sides.
प्रताप बाजवा पिछले 2.25 साल से यही कह रहे हैं, तो उनको कहने दो, उनके पास है नहीं. उनको बोलो जी हमारे विधायकों की बात गिनती मत करो, अपने गिन लो दिल्ली में कितने हैं. तीसरी बार उनके यहाँ कल्चर है इधर जाने का, कभी उधर आने का, कभी वापस आने का. मतलब एक उनका नेता है वो ढोल बजा रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी हार गई, तो नीचे कमेंट आ रहे थे कि भाई साहब ये जीरो पे ढोल बजा रहे हो कि आपकी जीरो आई है तीसरी बार. तो अपना फिक्र नहीं करते, दूसरों में नुक्स निकालते रहते.
Despite the entire Punjab government leadership being called to Delhi, the meeting lasted only 23 minutes. Sources tell India Today that Arvind Kejriwal told the Punjab MLAs that they must concentrate on 2027 polls and reiterated the AAP leadership was strong. The Punjab Chief Minister also told his MLAs that their aim should be to develop Punjab as a model state.
इतनी जल्दी उनको मीटिंग बुलाना, तो मेरा ख्याल है कि वो जल्दी टूट जाएंगे. जब पार्टी हारती है, मंथन तो होता है, वहाँ की स्टेट का होता है, दूसरी स्टेट का नहीं होता. तो उन्होंने ये देख लिया कि कहीं दिल्ली में जो हुआ है वो पंजाब में ना हो जाए.
They are worried that what happened in Delhi may be repeated in Punjab.
देखो, दर्द बहुत गहरा था, चोट बहुत बड़ी थी, और उसे मलहम लगाने के लिए 96 लोग यहाँ चल के आए. वो मलहम आज सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी की लगाई है, और बाकी दूसरा ऑपरेशन तो जो है अभी शुरू होगा.
The BJP and the Congress both continue to claim that time is running out for the Bhagwant Mann government.
उनको मौका एमएलए का तो जरूर बनाएंगे.
अच्छा, एक आखिरी प्रश्न, कितने ऐसे विधायक हैं जो आपको लगता है कि वो कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाने की इच्छुक होंगे?
लीडरशिप जिन्होंने बयान दिया वो कह रहे 30-35 विधायक हैं जो उनके साथ कांटेक्ट में.
हारे दिल्ली में है बैठक पंजाब के एमएलए की. क्यों? क्योंकि सपना देख रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री बनने का. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सत्ता के बिना रह नहीं सकते. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी गलतफहमी मत रहना. अब वो ये साबित करने पे लगे हैं कि भगवंत मान नालायक हैं, करप्ट हैं, उन्होंने करप्शन नहीं रोकी, उन्होंने नशा नहीं रोका. ये सच है, लेकिन भगवंत मान को हटाकर अरविंद केजरीवाल बन जाएं, ये सच कभी हो नहीं सकता और ये कभी होने वाला नहीं है. इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ऐसे सपने देखने बंद कर दो.
The Punjab political pot boiler continues to simmer. With Piyush Mishra and Ashutosh Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's bring in Ashutosh Mishra to decode really what happened in that particular huddle. Ashutosh, was it really a crisis meet? What prompted this kind of a huddle to take place? Was it the effect or the impact of the Delhi election results being felt on the Punjab up?
Well, the politicians and the opposition particularly reading this meeting in a different way. But as a reporter who has been covering this, all the incidents, it was quite scheduled one. I remember and I knew that from day one, right after the defeat, it was scheduled. The first they will be meeting with the winning candidates. Then they will be meeting with the candidates who lost the election. And it was third time to meet the MLAs and the minister who were participating. Now, if I tell you that out of these all 93 MLAs except the speaker, all these MLAs were placed at a booth, at the ward, at the campaign manager, even the star campaigners. So they were all working. So it was time not only to take a feedback. Of course, for last 3 days, there were feedback sessions with the party leadership, including Sandeep Pathak and others. And this time, Arvind Kejriwal called everyone to give out a message. Whatever happened in Delhi, there is identity on the governance model, and this time to go door to door, go to the people. So if one line to understand the message that Kejriwal wanted to give, there is a strong leadership, not going to change any leadership. Bhagwant Mann is the face. Party need to work and make its identity of the governance model, and they have to deliver the promises. So these all the statement. It was started by Bhagwant Mann, concluded by Arvind Kejriwal. 30 minutes meeting with these two leaders, and then Bhagwant Mann addressed the cabinet meeting. But of course, there are a lot to read between the lines, Akshita.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation doing the rounds, but Ashutosh Mishra telling us that this was a routine meet scheduled to take place. Thanks, Ashutosh, for joining us with those details. Okay, let's move on now to the political showdown over the Mahakumbh. We've been seeing images of the massive record crowds at the event, leading to also huge traffic snarls. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reviewed arrangements at the Kumbh. A new traffic management plan is in effect. No vehicle zones have also been reinforced for days that would see huge footfall, including tomorrow, which is one of the Amrit Snan days. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav has lashed out at Yogi Adityanath in Parliament, accusing the UP government of not releasing the final death toll in the January 29th stampede. The UP Chief Minister, meanwhile, has hit back, saying those spreading negativity over Kumbh are the same ones who received VVIP treatment their entire lives.
एक दूसरी तस्वीर में हम लोगों ने देखी महाकुंभ जो 144 साल बाद एक झूठा प्रचार किया गया 144 साल
सभापति महोदय यादव जी आप बैठे आप बोलिए संविधान का आर्टिकल 25, 26, 27 और 28 ये कहता है कि आप किसी भी रिलीजन के खिलाफ किसी प्रकार की बातें नहीं कर सकते। ये लोग एंटी हिंदू है, ये लोग एंटी हिंदू है, ठीक है पूरे कांग्रेस के I got the point
एक अस्थायी शहर में 45 करोड़ श्रद्धालु आकर के डुबकी लगा करके चला जाए तो इससे बड़ी बात और क्या हो सकती है। लेकिन जिनको नकारात्मकता फैलानी है और नकारात्मकता फैलाने वाले कौन लोग हैं, ये नकारात्मकता फैलाने वाले वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने जीवन भर बीबीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया है, सरकार की बीबीआईपी सुविधाओं का उपभोग किया है और किया ही नहीं, आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए भी एक रास्ता खोलने का प्रयास किया था उन्होंने कि वे तो ले ही ले लेकिन उनकी आने वाली पीढ़ी भी इस सुविधा का उपभोग करे जैसे देश उनका बपोती हो। ये वही लोग हैं जो नकारात्मक पैदा करके भारत और सनातन धर्म के विरोध में अपने आप को सदैव खड़ा कर सदैव उसके खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार करने में मशगूल रहते हैं।
ये तो सरकार इसके लिए जवाबदेही है। हम तो विपक्ष के लोग हैं, हम तो जवाब नहीं दे सकते, हम ना ही व्यवस्था को ठीक कर सकते हैं क्योंकि हमारे हाथों में तो जिनके हाथों में है मैं समझती हूँ इन्हीं की जिम्मेदारी है, उन्हीं की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि जिस तरह सुनने में आया 300 किलोमीटर का जो जाम लगा हुआ है ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और ये पता होते हुए भी जब यह कुंभ होने जा रहा है और इस तरह की जो व्यवस्था देखने को मिल रही है ये सरकार की कहीं ना कहीं नाकामी को दर्शाता है।
Moving on, let's get you details of the big meeting that took place between superstar and Tamarga Vetrikaragam chief Talapati Vijay and former poll strategist Prashant Kishore. This meeting took place in Chennai and has sparked speculation on whether Prashant Kishore will act as an advisor for Vijay in the run-up to the 2026 assembly elections in Tamil Nadu.
What's cooking between Prashant Kishore and Talapati Vijay?
A meeting between the two at the latter's residence in Chennai has got Tamil Nadu talking. Prashant Kishore, who has been a poll strategist but now a politician in Bihar, met with actor-politician Vijay on Monday, sparking speculation that Kishore could be helping the superstar with his political strategy. Kishore also met with Vijay's right-hand man in party affairs in Chennai today, leading to buzz that this could be more than just a courtesy meet.
For the Game of Thrones 2026 Tamil Nadu elections, the pieces have started to roll, and it looks like Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam leader Vijay wants to make the initial and powerful strike for which he could get support from famed political strategist Prashant Kishore, who's been in Chennai for the past 2 days. He has met with Vijay and his senior leaders.
Vijay has become politically active, and in the last few months, there's been more clarity on his political ideology. On his party TVK's first anniversary, for example, Vijay unveiled statues of Periyar and Kamaraj. And then there was his meet with Parandur protesters, who were up in arms against the proposed airport in the area. He has more or less lined his ideology so far to Dravidian parties, but also hasn't shied away from criticizing the DMK. This meeting with Prashant Kishore once again highlights how serious Vijay is about Mission 2026, when the next assembly election in Tamil Nadu is slated to take place.
Both are free to explore the opportunities what they feel is fit and right. Time only will say whether this opportunity proved right, it gave success. Only time will say.
We have seen many political parties coming and going. Party is a well-developed, well-organized party in every village in Tamil Nadu. Our party functionaries are there, they are working. But these new parties, they have to establish their units in every village.
Prashant Kishore does know a thing or two about Tamil Nadu elections, having worked on the DMK strategy previously in the 2021 assembly elections, which the DMK swept. This time around, is Kishore going to be a special advisor to Thalapathy Vijay's political sojourn? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's also get your details of the Prime Minister's visit to France. The big headline was, of course, the Prime Minister Modi co-chaired the AI Action Summit in Paris today alongside French President Emmanuel Macron. And in his address, the Prime Minister emphasized the need to democratize AI, sending a strong message that machines will never surpass humanity.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi co-chaired the Global AI Action Summit in Paris with French President Emmanuel Macron. Highlighting both the transformative potential and inherent risk of artificial intelligence, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the pressing need for global cooperation in AI governance.
We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications.
The Indian Prime Minister underscored that AI is progressing at an unprecedented pace, shaping the future of humanity unlike any other technological milestone in history.
Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future.
And India is prepared for this new age intelligence potential.
We have unlocked the power of data through our data empowerment and protection architecture, and we have made digital commerce democratic and accessible to all. This vision is the foundation of India's national AI mission. That is why, during our G20 presidency, we built a consensus on harnessing AI responsibly for good and for all.
Joined by French President Emmanuel Macron at Grand Palais in Paris, as co-chair for Action Summit global leaders, Prime Minister Modi's proposals were welcomed warmly. US Vice President, while thanking him, established the promise of leading the industry with example.
I appreciate Prime Minister Modi's point. AI, I really believe, will facilitate and make people more productive. The administration will make sure that America has the best trained workforce in the world. Our schools will teach students how to manage, how to supervise, and how to interact with AI-enabled tools as they become more and more a part of our everyday lives.
The ongoing Global AI Summit is star-studded with the presence of not only global leaders, but also the movers and shakers of tech and AI industry, like Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman, Google DeepMind's Demis Hassabis, and others. Deepfake and the dark world of cybercrime are the biggest concerns threatening the artificial intelligence industry. From CEOs to global leaders, both the stakeholders are united to fight this nemesis.
So we are early on working on technology like SynthID, watermarking technology. We will need standards, and those are areas where governments and private companies can work together to create a standardized way to detect deepfakes.
Thank you. Bureau Report, India Today.
Thank you so much.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side is To The Point, where we discuss the controversy and crackdown surrounding YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिया।
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं।
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola.